A ver, que alguien me explique.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S.
Esto no va pa' pintarlas como adorno del imperio. Va pa' nombrar a las que cargaron su peso en silencio. Mientras otros escribían la gloria con sangre en la piedra, ellas tejían, curaban, parían, vendían y sostenían la tierra. Yo no las miro pequeñas, yo las miro como base, mano firme en el telar pa' que el imperio no se parta. Mantas sobre mantas, tributo, peso y riqueza, y lo que también fue moneda entre el barro y la grandeza. En el tianguis de Tlatelolco su mirada no era adorno, era maíz, era textil, era remedio, era retorno. Con el fuego en la cocina, con la ciencia en la semilla, con la casa sobre el pecho y el respeto en la rodilla. No me vendas un pasado donde fueron solo sombras y también movían la rueda cuando el hambre se desborda. Parteras con manos sabias arrancándole vida al riesgo, curanderas con la hierba, con el humo, con el rezo. Y aunque el mundo fue bien duro, patriarcal y con castigo, su dignidad no fue ceniza, fue sostén de lo vivido. Doble norma en la condena, más moral sobre su espalda, pero aún así fueron columna cuando el mundo se quebraba. Si igual, Xochitl Cuincay, Yoyotel de fuego, la idea. Si igual, donate un ritual, tu nombre no cae, vive ancestral. Cuando hablan de guerra yo también la pongo al frente, porque el parto fue combate en la memoria de su gente. No era cuento delicado ni consuelo pa' la pena, era cruzar por la muerte pa' empujar otra existencia. Y si una calle en ese acto no la borraban del canto, la subían al símbolo, al temblor sagrado del espanto. Si guateteo en la noche, dignidad que no se apaga, como si el dolor del cuerpo se volviera llama sagrada. Yo les escribo este verso con respeto y con crudeza, porque no quiero folclor, quiero verdad sobre la mesa. La noble y la en palacio, la del pueblo en la faena, pero en ambas iba un pulso que sostuvo aquella escena. Sacerdotisa del fuego, guardianas del rito y ropa de los dioses y del humo que en el templo no se agota. No llevaban el poder duro que presume la victoria, pero estaban en el pulso invisible de la historia. Si igual, Xochitl Cuincay, Yoyotel de fuego, la IA. Si igual, donate un ritual, tu nombre no cae, vive ancestral.
No fueron eco,
Fueron raíz,
no fueron adorno,
fueron maíz,
no fueron mito,
fueron sostén,
imperio en los hombros.
sin quererlo vender. Yo las veo en cada madre que no duerme y se levanta, en la que vende, en la calle, en la que cura, en la que aguanta, porque si lo no se rompe aunque lo esconda. La conquista sigue vivo en cada mano que trabaja y dignifica. Mujer mexicano, te canto pa' ponerte en un museo. Te canto porque en tu historia todavía late lo nuestro, en el copa y en la herida, en la cocina y en el canto. Ya que carga la familia sin pedir jamás un trono. Tu fuerza no fue de voz, fue de disciplina amarga, de mirar de frente al mundo con la vida entre las palmas. Flor y canto sí, pero dinero, también sudor y rabia, también piedra, también fuego, también templo, también carga. Así que suene este homenaje con tambor de hueso antiguo, pa' que sepan que en la historia no nomás rugió el cuchillo, también rugió la mujer que sostuvo la estructura, la que tejió el movimiento, la que curó la fractura. Sin igual, Xochitl Cuical, Yoyotel de fuego, Laili Ad. Sin igual, tónate un ritual, tu nombre no cae, vive ancestral.
Mujer de humo,
Mujer de maíz,
verde mercado.
de parto y raíz,
Que no te tapen la historia,
que no te entierren la voz.
porque donde hubo imperio,
También latió tu corazón.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. I think we're all set here now. Yeah, I think we're all set. I don't know why my sound is down a bit. All right. So let's, first of all, saludo, shalom to my family here. You that are watching from afar or that'll catch this live later. I think there's only one person on right now. It's all good. I will tell you that, honest sincerity, I've been doing this for like 4 years now. I put up a lot of videos with long content, and I'm beginning to get tired, to be honest. I would have liked to, well, you know, that's neither here or there. But anyways, it is what it is, fam. I don't think anything in particular. Hopefully the message has been out there enough to where other people can pick up on it, you know, but it's funny, man. Like, I don't have a big channel. Like, I don't have a big channel, a big following, but damn, does this fucking channel have a lot of haters, bro. For real. Lots of haters. It's like they say, raza is like cangrejos, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, envy, no different than the enemy. Your own gente will be, the first they like your shit, and then all of a sudden they dislike you, and then they don't like your shit. So what was it? I normally don't go attacking people, man. That's not normally my style. I don't go I don't go looking for fights. Like, it's not like that for me. Never been that way. But I am going to call some fucking piece of shit out today. It all goes hand in hand with the topic, family, though. Don't misunderstand me, okay? With all that said, now I got that out the way. Let's begin. Hebrews in America. I've been waiting to do this class. And I was just kind of go through the main thing. But you know what? I'm going to show you some videos today. Because I think we need to see this stuff, man. And let's not normalize this anymore. And this is why I don't feel any pity. I don't feel sorry for all these right-wingers and shit. All of a sudden, they figured it out. All of a sudden, now they figured it out. All of a sudden now they're against Trump. All of a sudden now they found out who was providing the funding for him to run. All of a sudden now. And all of these, secrets are starting to spill. But you motherfuckers knew about this a long time ago. So, with all that said, let's go. Hope you guys appreciate it. All right? Oh, my bad. Wrong button.
Watch this clip with me.
Let me just give you a wake-up call here. Everything I'm about to say is absolutely true. And if you doubt anything that I'm saying, you have a computer, you have a search engine, you have access to the internet, you can go verify everything I'm saying. Israel, modern Israel, is the abortion capital of the world. In Israel, you can kill the baby in the womb of the mother up until the very moment that baby is born. Up until the very moment of delivery, you can legally kill that baby.
Pay attention to what he's saying, okay? That's the same rhetoric, the same talking point that these Republicans, these right-wingers, these Zionist Christians, Christmas Christians, these Zionist Khazars, they always put that in front of your face when they talk about the left side or the blue side or Democratic. The same thing. Oh, you Democrats want to pass laws where you can abort the baby even after it's born. That is a total lie. But you know where it is happening? Again, this is important, family, because right now, everybody's fighting for this title. You see, this name, Hebrews in America, or this concept, was the whole reason why I started the channel. I didn't start the channel for no other fucking reason. I started the channel for that exact reason. So we're going to bring some facts. Special series, let's go.
Not only that, the Israeli government will pay for the abortion of every Israeli woman. Full-term abortions paid for by the state of Israel. Do we hear anything from the Family Research Council, Focus on the Family, or any other so-called conservative Christian pro-life, pro-family organization about
over there? Huckabee, Rubio, every single president almost has gone over there and kissed that wall. The ones that are against so-called abortion, like this type specifically, are out there supporting a nation of people who claim to be the chosens and are actually slaughtering human souls. Whether you care of the fact that it's their children, fine, whatever. But the fact is that it is happening. And nobody, not even Democrats, say anything about this. Keep in mind, this is legal over there, okay? Let's go.
About Israel being the abortion capital of the world. Anything about, they talk about Democrats, they talk about pro-abortion this candidate, pro-abortion that politician, pro-abortion this, pro-abortion that. Yet, when it comes to the abortion capital of the world, Israel, they will say nothing. Hypocrites to the core. It's because they have an agenda. And the agenda is lining their own pockets with the money that they receive from Zionist donors. And the Zionist donors give them that money so they will keep their mouths shut. And that's exactly what they do. But it doesn't end there. Tel Aviv, not San Francisco, is the homosexual capital of the world. Did you know that? Check it out. Tel Aviv is the homosexual capital of the world. Israel is the mafia crime capital of the world. Israel is the sex trafficking capital of the world.
So who do they typically, now that you see these labels, homosexuality, abortion, trafficking, sex trafficking, abortion, homosexuality, who do they typically pin that to? Democrats, and usually Democrats under the white label are people of quote unquote color, usually. So you see how this massive propaganda has really infiltrated in your political game, which is why I keep saying, you that regret, I regret voting for Trump. I didn't, no. That, like, dude, I know this in 2016, and I wasn't even this aware of this shit. But obviously, I used my freaking senses. It had to make sense to determine if this man even really was for the benefit of people. Saludos, sis, shalom. Good to have you here. It's a fact. Don't forget the topic, by the way, Hebrews in America. We're going to prove that today because there's a lot of people fighting for this title. And we're seeing right now exactly what certain people, how those particular people conduct themselves. And you tell me if it's biblical for these people to be the chosen.
Jeffrey Epstein is just one of many Mossad agents involved in sex trafficking for the purpose of bribing powerful politicians all over the world.
Make it easy for you politicians, you know what I'm saying? They invite you over, they may have fun with you, then they invite you over to some party. All of a sudden, you bring up your most inner sexual desires. The ones that you only deal with in secret. And then they present that to you. And now you're what? Now you're blackmailed. Now they got something on you. Usually it has to do with a lustful particular branch. And they see that branch and they'll hold on to that shit and they'll rule you, which is exactly what's going on right now.
Israel is the warfare capital of the world. Most of the wars that America has been involved in since World War II has been directly because of Israel. For all intents and purposes, America's military is a proxy army for Israel. We are fighting Israel's wars, Israel's so-called enemies. Israel is the genocide capital of the world. Do you know that since Israel became a state in 1948, over 5 million Palestinians have been killed by Zionist Israel? 5 million. That's a genocide. Yet Hagee and his ilk would tell us that the Ashkenazi Khazarian Jews, most of whom are atheists, living in Palestine today, are God's chosen people. Really?
I find this rather striking because this is nothing new. I've showed you guys many materials, specifically one that I really like. It's Jews and Muslims of British colonial America. It clearly shows who financed it, the slave trade, what people were in positions of power, positions where they could, hire or fire, where they can pass or not pass certain laws, where they would have benefits, where they would actually benefit from a head rights program, like actual buying indentured servants and then getting acres. And this wasn't just Khazars. It wasn't just these white folks on top. It was also people like the guy on the bottom living here in the Americas. Now, this guy's African, so I'm not talking about him or them in specific, but it's not just particularly one race, fam. So all of a sudden now there's this chaos within these people. You see, there's this order. Somebody wants to win this war. Do you understand what's going on? There's a lot of chaos going on, and these people are involved.
trust and believe they're involved.
Are you beginning to see the fallacy of it all? Are you beginning to see the foolishness of it all? Are you beginning to realize that somebody is trying to distort truth and propagandize and cause us to believe something that is in direct violation to everything that is of God and everything that is of our Constitution?
As the festivity.
Didn't mean to click on that. As you can
Watch this.
Sorry, the video is called Finally Someone Speaks the Truth Boldly, No Fear, No Compromise. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you say that. You know, you say that. But nah, man. It's not that simple. Let me show you this particular page here that I have for you. This is from we're going to look at this book here. I've shared this before. Again, remember the title, Hebrews in America, Hebrews in America. So these people are very boastful, right? And this is what people in power do. They write the shit down so then their heritage can always remember what they accomplished, right? Ego goes a lot. Ego goes very far in regards to catching your ass, right? If you're a detective, you technically wait for the ego to expose itself on a crime basis, like a criminal, like murder or whatever. Anyways, this is 1.5 million copies in print. Unquestionably the best popular history of the Jews, so-called, written in the English language by Max Dimont, obviously one of them. It's called Jews, God, and History, okay? Jews, God, and History. Well, what does that book say? Okay, on page 371, okay? Just went ahead and got ahead of this. Remember, they're acting all fucking surprised, bro. Like y'all acting surprised, like you didn't know it, like you didn't know each other or anything like that, man. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, what's up, brothers? Experto, what up, bro? Good to have you here, man. Haven't seen you in a bit. Nahui Kuatli, I believe I said it right. Good to have you here, brother. Oh, Eliu Shivao. I forgot to give you that one. My bad. I forgot to give you that one. So again, the topic is Hebrews in America. Don't forget. All right. This is why people are fighting for this particular title, or the benefits that come from being these people, let's say. Right? It says on page 371, after the Jews were expelled from Spain, the Jewish astronomer Abraham Zacuto, whose books on astronomy had been translated from Hebrew into Spanish and Latin, became astronomer at the court of King John II of Portugal. Vasco da Gama consulted Zacuto before setting out on his expedition to India. These medieval Jewish scientists, cartographers, excuse me, and astronomers were, as the French scholar Charles de la Roncière expresses, the bedrock of the great discoveries from the voyage around Africa to the discovery of the New World. Now, keep in mind that these are the same people that all of a sudden, they want to remind us of Darwinism. Darwinism, guess what he was? Yeah, he was one of those guys. Einstein, guess what he was? Yeah, he was one of those guys. All of a sudden now, they're saying, those are your enemies? But white man, white woman, don't you claim to fame these very same white ones? Now, once again, Jews in America. Remember, keep in mind, people are boastful. That shit never work. Unless you work on your ego, it'll always manipulate you. It says, Jewish history in America begins with the expulsion. No, I'm sorry. I already read that. Okay. No, actually, Matt, let me read it. Jewish history in the Americas begins with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in the same year and month that Columbus set sail on his first voyage in the search of a trade route to India. Bullshit. We all know now that's total bullshit, okay? Jews served on the board of his small flotilla as able-bodied seamen. You see? So who were in these ships? Because the Jews and Muslims, or so-called Moors, were expelled from Europe. And no, they weren't all white, and no, they weren't all black. You know what I mean? So let's not fall for that. I think there was a time where I was predominantly thinking they were all, but now once I really read history, But anyways, let's just continue. Okay? It says, now, this is where it gets very important. Jews served on board his small flotilla as able-bodied seamen, map readers, interpreters, and surgeons. Okay? Now they say, remember, Jews in America is the topic. Jews in America, right. As a footnote to history, we must record the fact. We must record the fact. Must is a definite possessive word. Like it's action. You know, you have to do it. We must record the fact that the Indians on the Caribbean island, where the flotilla first landed, were greeted in Hebrew and Arabic by one of Luis de Torres.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Okay, so it says that you must record this as a fact. What? That we, the people here, were spoken to Hebrew or Arabic. Okay? Technically, it should have been Aramaic, but Arabic. By one Luis de Torres, a Jewish interpreter aboard the flagship. For Columbus was certain that natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic. So, first of all, it says, as a footnote to history, you have to record this fact that they spoke Arabic or Hebrew to these natives. And why did he bring these interpreters? Because Columbus knew that there were people that spoke those languages here. And guess how they confirmed it? They don't tell you, yeah, we found them, we were talking to them. No. They simply give you a confirmation without an actual admission. It was de Torres, incidentally, who discovered maize and brought it to Europe, where, with the potato, it enriched the diet of the Western man. You understand this? Leaving ourselves open to the charge that we credit the Jews with everything. We see that? We must also note that it was not Sir Walter Raleigh who introduced tobacco to Europe, but de Torres and his Christian companion Rodrigo de Jerez. So here we get a good chunk of this of these people that were here in 1492 that created the real American Holocaust. Massive atrocities. Now these other people, right, are claiming, they're infiltrating us. Now we're fighting a war on their behalf. No, you see, y'all been working together for a long time. And then another point, you must record the fact that there were Hebrews and are still here in the Americas when y'all showed up. That's a fact, and you can take that as a fact. So now, there's a lot of talk, like I told you, man. There's a lot of talk about people, being this and that, and
I guess first thing.
And now all of a sudden they're calling themselves out, like, oh man, these synagogues of Satan. You know what's so funny? Synagogues of Satan, right? But who is going around claiming like they're supposedly the chosen Christians by Jesus Christ himself to publish the word worldwide and convert people? Oh, and by the same time, kill them if they don't convert to Christianity. How are you guys any different? You guys call these guys the synagogues of Satan. You claim to be Christians, but you're celebrating a holiday that's not even in the Bible. December 25th. What the fuck are y'all doing celebrating that shit? It's not in the Bible. I mean, if you did it because you wanted to, some holiday you created, fine. But when you call it biblical, you are no different than these synagogues. Because see, the synagogue of Satan claims that they claim to be the people that are supposed to pass the word of God. Well, you, Cracker Barrels, claim to be the people that are supposed to be passing the word of God. You're no different.
First, how did you stumble into this subject? How did you get where you are right now?
The Holy Spirit, definitely. I don't take any credit truly You know, it feels like supernaturally the Lord has been taking me on a journey to understand this group that Jesus said explicitly in Revelation 3:9.
I mean, isn't Jesus a so-called Jew? Isn't what Jesus is? All of a sudden, these guys are claiming now to be the pushers, or I should say, the educators of biblical theology. Who is the real synagogues of Satan? Or are they the same people? You know, it's kind of funny. And I look at him and I look at them, and they're no different. All they did was this guy chose Christianity, the other guy chose Judaism. They look the fucking same. We're not going to be long on this video. This is a long video, but I'm going to show you some things.
They say they are Jews and are not, but lie, and that they're called the synagogue of Satan.
You see, so once again, he says that, you know, Jesus' revelation, they say they are Jews, but that are not. Here, let's go bring it out. Okay? So, for example, right, New Testament, Revelation 2:9, it says here, I know thy works and thy tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich because of the heritage. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Okay, I'll give you an example, family. When Christians like these guys say that they're saved by the blood of Jesus, right? And then they use Paul, for example, Romans or these other, you know, particular verses to then say, well, we are spiritual Jews, aren't they? We're spiritual Jews. What is the freaking difference? Isn't that what they're claiming? They're just claiming to be fleshly Jews. Y'all claiming to be spiritual Jews. But yet here we see that, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. You are no different. Y'all used to worship Odin, Woden, Wotan, Kaz, Chaos, you know, the deity of the Edomites. That's what you guys used to worship up in Germany. Khazars did the same thing as well. Khazars knew Odin as well. I did a thorough class on that. I laugh at the, I don't know if it's stupidity, ignorance, or just simple disregard of your own theological history.
Jesus coined the phrase synagogue of Satan. And I find it interesting because you know this, but maybe not everybody does. On X, that phrase gets censored all the time. In fact, I was posting yesterday about Reverend.
By the way, when people scratch their nose, they're about to say something, they're bullshitting. That's usually a lie. Okay, so maybe he's lying. But let me just give you another minute of this, all right?
Billy Graham talking to President Richard Nixon about the synagogue of Satan. And I took a transcript of their conversation, and X flagged it as hate speech, and I had to appeal it in order for it to even be visible. This phrase comes from Jesus, and it's being heavily censored, and you have to ask why, right? And so the Lord just started leading me down that.
So, like I say, like this is why I just think it's so silly. Look, spiritual Jews. Like what? Oh, my bad. Spiritual Jews. Why the Jews are the chosen people? No, not this one. Spiritual Jews. Let me see it. Where is it at? I saw it. Pause. It's this one. I don't. Here, let me see. Let me just check it out real quick, okay? Because this is what they say. They say through the blood of the Jew Jesus, our life is saved, yo. And then through the word of Paul, I'm a spiritual Jew, yo. Come on, man. Y'all fucking seriously, dude. You have no bone to stand on, bro. Whatsoever.
The question of who is a Jew is further complicated in Christianity by the prevalent idea that Christians are, quote, spiritual Jews. This incorrect belief is based on an out-of-context reading of Romans 2:28 and
Romans 2:28 and what?
29.
Romans 2:28 and 2:29. Oh, hold on, let me see.
Which is based on an out-of-context reading of Romans 2:28 and 29.
Romans 2:28 and 29. So let's read it real quick. Right? 2:28 and 29. Because you Christmas Christians love to call yourselves spiritual Jews. You are no different than the synagogue of Satan. Just because they say they're fleshly Jews, that don't make any difference because they're not. Yet you say you're spiritual Jews, yet you're not even spiritual or Jews. It says, Romans 2:27, 28. It says, for he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly, right? Those guys that they're criticizing. Neither is that circumcision, which is outwardly in the flesh, right? Meaning, your tenders and shit. Then it says 29, but he is a Jew, which is one inwardly. And circumcision is that of the heart, in the spirit, and not in the letter, whose praise is not of them, but of God. So here we see how Christmas Christians of every sect have used this to claim that they're Jews, spiritual. Let me just throw you a little bone here real quick, okay? There is a reason behind why Paul said this. And I will just basically share with you Romans 4. If you understand the life of Abraham, you are going to understand what he meant by this and this. If you don't understand the life of Abraham, you're not going to get why the outward Jew did not matter, meaning the circumcision first. Because if you did not have faith in what you were doing, meaning true belief, true change, then it didn't matter. Do you get what I mean? So let's continue.
Which says, for example, in the ESV, for no one is a Jew who is one outwardly, nor is circumcision outward and physical. But a Jew is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart by the Spirit. So the way this is misread then is as if Paul's saying that natural-born Jews, those who are Jews physically and outwardly, are not really Jews. But Christians...
I wanted to make a very important point because while these guys are over here criticizing them, how are you any different? How are you any different? Elisha says, Baal worship of all of them, including Christianity, is of the synagogue of Satan. Yes. What's up, bro? Good to have you here. Good. Yeah, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and others calling out these fake Jews to then claim to be the real Jews. I can see that from afar, bro. We can't let them have that glory because they can come after us as their Puritan fathers, which is why they consider themselves those people. They were given the promised land. You know what I mean? Like, let's see. They said did to some of our indigenous brothers. Let me see. Let me just get through this real quick, and I'll continue. Lord means Baal. Let's go out unto the house of the Lord. Famous Christian saying. So yeah, Baal worship. Lord is Baal. Let's go unto the house of the Lord. Yeah, that's crazy. British Israelism is just as dangerous as Zionist Jews. It's pretty much Zionist Christianity. Ain't no different. It's about a covenant nation, none else. Yep. So as you can see, right, they consider themselves Jews as well. Oh, we're not done with that character, by the way. We are not done with that character. As a matter of fact,
when I met him,
I'm going to talk about her, bro. Interesting that you brought it up. Because we have to give prime examples. We have to give prime examples. First of all, let me give you a little history of who this person is.
I can't explain it. He makes you feel like he's a blue collar person that's been driving garbage trucks his entire life. The way that I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Like the way he communicates with people, you do not feel that he's this elite, untouchable billionaire that comes from a wealthy family at all. And when he looks at you, he wants you to feel seen. He's very funny. That's the thing that I think gets lost is how hilarious he is. I mean, he breaks the ice. There's not an awkward moment when you're with him. I remember walking into the Oval Office the first time that I met him. I was so nervous. And one of the worst things, I love you. I watch you on Fox News, all this stuff. And then he says, and I want to say also, you're very beautiful, but I don't want to get me too'd. I don't want to get me too'd. Like, that's very funny for the president of the United States to say in the Oval Office at the height of the Me Too movement. It's just.
Remember, keep in mind that these are the same people that are hating him now. They're hating him now. Trump's unhinged. I don't know what is going on. I mean, it took you 10 years. I knew that I lost a couple family members because of Trump in 2016. Way before a lot of you on YouTube.
Stop.
Like, I'm not gonna socialize with my family no more this Christmas, or I'm not inviting them to my birthday parties.
2025, 2026. Man, I did that shit in 2016. Way ahead of a lot of you. Now, I gave you a little history of who this girl is, right? So just like the brother was saying, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and others, like this, we're gonna bring this. I'm glad you brought it up, bro. It's like you read my mind and shit. You're on the same frequency. Because we're gonna talk about her right now. All right? Watch what she says though, because it all pertains to this. Hebrews in America. Hebrews in America. Hebrews in America. And that's you, indigenous brothers and sisters. You got morenos, you got negros over here trying to steal your heritage. Seriously. Saying that they're the people of the murals and shit, but yet when we ask them hardcore press facts questions and shit, they can't answer it. Where's your diet? Where's your clothing? Where's your language? Where's the folklore? If Christmas Christians first showed up here and they saw a bunch of black people like you guys, how come you don't know about Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Diez Mandamientos, Credo, Rosario? How come that's like very non-existent in your circle of people here in North America? Because it's you guys that are claiming this shit, and you don't know nothing about that. Again, there's a lot of fight for this heritage, and we're going to start seeing it more often now.
Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do ish, except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do, there is a Israeli historian named Abraham Pollock, and there's actually a lot of historians prior to World War II, who received awards for saying that the origins of, which is why it was stunning to me to see Kyrie Irving treated in the way that he was treated, 6 steps to get back to your life, because he shared a documentary which was theorizing that the original Jews, I actually didn't watch the end of the documentary, but the point was he was making that documentary suggested that the people that are inhabiting Israel today are not the biblical Jews. That was the
she's talking about Negroes to Hebrews, okay? Do you notice how she got stuck? She wanted to say, well, he was saying that okay, let's go back here. So you can see where she stumbles.
Point of why he got.
She wanted to say Kyrie Irving because black people are Jews. I'm telling you, man. You read my mind. Oh, be revealed, bro. That's good, bro. Let's go.
Treated 6 steps to get back to your life, because he shared a documentary which was theorizing that the original Jews, I actually didn't watch the end of the documentary, but the point was he was making that documentary suggested that the people that are inhabiting Israel today are not the biblical Jews. That was the point of why he got into trouble. I cannot tell you one way or another. I have not gone into any anthropological research. What I can tell you is that prior to World War II, and you again can pivot to your browser right now and look up a man named Abraham Pollock, okay? Prior to World War II, he extensively wrote about, and the Israeli historians extensively wrote about the fact that they were the Khazars. They were like, yeah, here's the evidence, blah, blah, blah. He received awards.
You see, this is what I sometimes get upset about, right? A lot of us have been sharing this Khazar history, and I still got a lot of history left to show you, okay? I'm gonna do a class on them pretty soon, hopefully. Like I told you, man, I'm been low on energy lately. I don't know, maybe it's age or some shit, but maybe I gotta get checked. I don't know. Anyhow, but I'm gonna do a class on that. What was I gonna say? Hold on, let me play it again.
Tel Aviv, the fact that they were the Khazars.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the fact that they were the Khazars, right? So that's historical. And all these nations, white and black now, right? Both of them, us too, are using that document, those documents, because it's legitimate. And like, yeah, you guys are Khazars. Okay. So then how come when we want to bring out Leo Africanus, how come when we want to bring out historical facts, books, documentation that show that the so-called African Americans were helping the so-called white man and these Jews since 1492 to demolish, destroy, murder, and burn our people as well? How come that is far-fetched? We have the documentation showing that Negros owned slaves since 1492 as much as white folks and fought for the Confederacy in 1865 to fucking keep slaves. And we also know that the Willie Lynch letter is a fucking lie. So why is it that we can stretch or at least reach as far as we can for those particular people, right? And then when we say here, like myself, you motherfuckers had slaves. Fuck your reparations bullshit. You're trying to say you're people of the Bible. It's contradictory to what the people of the Bible were supposed to be. They weren't supposed to come from afar, from the end of the earth with another language and enslave themselves. No. See, that history, you don't want to talk about that. But you're quick to mention Khazars. This goes for all you BHIs, all you Negros that hate these people as much. Listen, I call spade for spade, bro. Spade a spade. If y'all did that shit, stop running from it. You want to call these people out? Call yourselves out. Who brought smallpox to America? Who brought smallpox to America? It wasn't Jews, so-called, so-proclaimed. It wasn't the Anglo-Saxon, so-called. It wasn't the Arab Muslim, so-called. No, it was the African man that brought smallpox to the Americas. And that fucking disease destroyed and decimated our people tremendously. And they came from people that were not slaves, but indentured servants who would be able to fight for their freedom, right? Because they was under contractual obligations, so to speak. You fight for me, you get freedom. Of course. See, this is not something that you guys want to embrace. So you want to embrace the fact that these
they were like
Khazars. Guess what? I've been teaching that shit for a while. I'll embrace it, but then you have to embrace the fact that you guys were Negro slaves in the Americas since 1492, and you don't fit the curses, know anything in the Bible at all.
Extensively wrote about, and the Israeli historians extensively wrote about the fact that they were the Khazars. They were like, yeah, here's the evidence, blah, blah, blah. He received awards from Tel Aviv University. And then suddenly after World War II, they said to him, like, this research was not helpful. And they just stopped printing his books.
The world's knowledge about the Khazars started in the 10th century when Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who was the sort of foreign minister of Abdul Rahman III, the Caliph, the Umayyad Caliph of Andalusia, of Muslim Spain, heard from travelers that there was this nation in Central Asia, this Jewish nation. He wrote a letter and received to the king and asked what's going on. He received a letter back. This is from a king of the time named Yosef, who explains what I said before about the king's search for a...
I love the fact that these are all facts. I have the documents to prove it. I'm glad we're on this topic of Hebrews in America, because apparently there's a bunch of people here that are of the synagogue of Satan, thinking that they are the ones that have the word. We're given the power to give the word out, and yet you see the actions of each one of them. Christmas Christians celebrating a holiday that's not in the Bible, going around killing other people because they're Muslims. But in reality, it's for the oil. Coming to the Americas in 1492 and did horrible shit, supposedly to convert people to your religion. I always ask this question, if you're saying that, Jesus came and died and embraced the Gentiles, well, did Jesus put a sword in your neck and say, you better convert to my shit or I'm going to kill you? No, he didn't. But you guys did. You guys did that to the indigenous ente here. I find this so hypocritical. Seriously, I do. Jewish Khazars, man, totally real. That shit is not a lie. But then how come you same Morenos, right, don't admit the fact that you were Negro slavers since 1492 and fought for the Confederacy in 1865 to keep being Negro slavers? How come you Anglo-Saxons don't admit the fact that you were worshiping Odin, Wotan,
cause or chaos, the deity of the Edomites. Those are facts too. You see, everybody wants to talk about these people or other people or our people, right? They don't even prove our shit. They just say we're savages. That's as far as they go. And then now people are saying like we weren't even here. Now they're saying we're Mongolians. We didn't even build under that shit. It all comes back to this. They want to be the Hebrews. Everybody is fighting for this fucking heritage.
For the true religion. It is true that many people over the years have doubted the historicity of the letter. There has a question of whether it's just the king and the royalty or the nobility that converted or everyone converted. We don't have any literature as such from the Khazars. However, in the past, say 50 years or so, more and more research has substantiated the letter from Yosef.
There's several documents. You have Shlomo Sands, you have Arthur Koestler, you have shit, man. Where did I put my notes? Arthur Koestler, Shlomo Sands. Oh, also the Lost Tribes of Myth. The Jews and Muslims of British colonial America. Matter of fact, in the Jews and Muslims of British colonial America, you'll find the name Esau in that book. The family of Esau. Yeah, you will. See, but they don't want to talk about that, do they? So once again, I believe in facts. Let's run with it. Let's prove the facts. Because you guys are arguing about these people not being Jews. Sounds good. Who did the Most High give the corn to? The indigenous people of the world. Like the indigenous people of the Americas, right? Us. We have a C4 isotope, which proves that we have been consuming corn for centuries. 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 It's in our bones, family. It's in our bones, okay? Tortilla, masa, what else? Atole. I mean, there's so much you can do. Tamales. Do you get what I'm saying? There's so much you can do with corn. The Bible shows and says exactly that he gave his people corn. I'll show you real quick. I was reading it earlier. Didn't write it down. He said here, Genesis 27:28. Okay? He's talking about, Isaac and Jacob. I'm sorry, Isaac and Jacob, Jacob and Esau. So here we see in Genesis 27:28 to Jacob, therefore God gave thee the dew of heaven and the fat. No, that's not it. Which one is it? Hold on. Oh, that's not it. I was reading another one. This stuff's covered on. Man, I should have wrote it down. I'm not going to slow down for that. Sorry, family. I should have wrote it down, to be honest with you. Let's continue.
There's some of the descriptions of the Khazar life and the Khazar history seem to be substantiated from other sources. Coins were found mentioning the name Moses. A letter was found in the Genizah, which might have some Khazar writing or Khazar names in it. And therefore, even though there are still people who doubt to this day that Khazars actually became Jewish, I would say that I follow those experts who say definitely there is a historical basis. Now, according to Kuzari, the conversion was in the year 740, the Common Era. Most historians date it to the 9th century, in the 800s.
The Canaanites were a brutal and a wicked culture.
Canaanites, huh? Okay, real quick, let's hear it.
Frequently engaged in behavior that was considered obviously immoral and decadent, right? A list of the sins that Israel was told to avoid at all costs. Those sins included the Canaanites partook in incest, in child sacrifice, in homosexuality, and in bestiality. Now in your mind, you're going, okay, that sounds familiar. We spoke about this as well when I was telling you guys about the Khazarian kingdom, and I think somebody asked a question
going to try to infiltrate Canaanites and Khazarian kingdom. No. Let's be clear, family. In this country, who has the most abortions? Who has the highest AIDS and, sexually transmitted diseases? And who technically is like very out there flamboyant being homosexuals when they are? You see, everybody's fighting for this heritage. Everybody is. Not just these people. Remember Louis Farrakhan? I'm going to share something with you.
I asked the question.
Shut your ass up. I'm going to share something with you. Okay? I thought I put it up there. I didn't put it up there. Damn, bro. Hold on, family. Keeping track of this stuff here. I'm going to share this with you real quick. See, I've learned you can't trust people, bro. It takes a long time to get to know people and then to trust them. Let me see. Hold on a second. Read this real quick. This is what the message to the black man in America by Elijah Muhammad. Okay? This is why it's important to read, family. The Filipino-looking dude is telling you black folks how to live your life. It says here, page 15 of this book, a characteristic of Muhammad's teachings is that he never, as Garvey and others did before him, preached back to Africa. Doctrines are the salvation of the American so-called Negro. Muhammad says America is not the white man's home. He belongs in Europe, and by force took America from our Asiatic brother, the Indian. We have as much right to this soil as the white man. Why should we claim the land of our black brothers in Africa for which he has given his life and labor? It belongs to him. Our destiny, he points, is right here in America. How is that any different from the white man? How is that any different from the white man?
The book of Malachi, chapter 4, verse 5. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord.
So Motai said he was going to send Elijah the prophet, which was a very powerful prophet if you know anything about these scriptures, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, which is when Christ returns. Read.
And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers.
So whoever this great prophet is going to turn us back to our fathers, which is the Bible, and the fathers back unto us or
That's
teach
right.
us.
That's
so
right.
I think, and we all know, about regeneration, that this could definitely be speaking about the bishop. That is the smartest man on earth, probably the most hated and the most loved.
Oh my God, you guys are fucking silly dubs. Anyways, we at least get to see, right? The irony in this whole situation. Again, family, listen to this real quick because the topic is what? Once more, Hebrews in America, right? That's the topic. And you see a lot of people claiming to be Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Just like Canaan was in the land of Israel, and he wasn't supposed to be, the Most High gave them a chance as well. Y'all didn't listen. Wisdom of Solomon 12 talks about it the whole time. You had a chance to repent as well. All of a sudden, the same very people there, she mentions Canaan. Okay. Sounds good. Let's listen to Canaan.
Who are the real children of Israel? And I'd like to answer it right away.
And he's going to answer, who are the children of Israel, okay?
I asked the question, who are the real children of Israel? And I'd like to answer it right away.
Go ahead, Jim. Minister.
Like any good lawyer in a courtroom,
Talk, man.
he tells you what he's going to prove.
All right.
And then he goes ahead and proves it and let the jury make the decision.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said that Almighty God, Allah, revealed to him that the black people of America are the real children of Israel.
You hear that? Let's hear that again.
And they.
Real quick. All right. Now, he said, like every good lawyer, you know, he obviously needs to bring facts. I've been bringing out facts consistently to debunk your funky asses. And you can't debunk that. No, you resort to name calling. Siberian or white guy, Spaniard, you stupid, beaner, spig. That's what you resort to. But you can't fucking debunk me. So let's hear it one more time.
Decision.
Right. Go ahead.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said that Almighty God, Allah, revealed to him that the black people of America are the real children of Israel.
See? That's why I showed you what Elijah Muhammad said. And then I shared with you a video of Nate the Snake, his little minions, claiming that he's Elijah. So there's two Elijah Muhammads. So who's the real Elijah Muhammad? Is it Nate or is it Elijah? I'm sorry, who's the real Elijah of the Bible? Elijah Muhammad or Nate the Snake? Remember, keep in mind that I told you, you're going to embrace the history that writes about Khazars. Sounds good. Why don't you embrace the history that writes about you people, just like the Anglo, just like the Jew or Khazar, owning slaves since 1492. White folks, Khazarians or self-proclaimed Jews, and black folks or black people like these guys, all three of you, as well as Muslims, Arabs, all four of you owned slaves since 1492 here in the Americas. We bring those facts, and yet you guys want to bounce around them, ignore them, not read them, or say that, I don't know, it was philanthropy. Let's continue.
And we are the choice of God.
That's right.
And that unto us he will deliver his promise.
That's right.
This question says that somebody
Yes, sir.
has usurped our position.
That's right.
This question says that somebody has taken the promise of God to the children of Israel and claimed it for themselves.
Said that this nation from afar, right? And it would be not just one particular race to do this, because Psalms 83 talks about a combined group, okay? But Deuteronomy 28 talks about that these people from afar, from the end of the earth, right? That they're going to bring particular things with them. You know what's one of the things that they brought? It says here, Deuteronomy 28:27, the Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch whereof thou cannot be healed. That's smallpox. When did that happen to you guys? When were you guys dying here in the Americas and being left behind like carcasses, so the fowls can eat you? And thy carcasses, verse 27, shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. That happened to us through the smallpox, the slaughtering, all of that. That didn't happen to you guys. Matter of fact, you helped the white man and the Jew and the Muslim to slaughter our people. You guys were part of that. So how is it that you're a conquistador and a Hebrew as well? Seriously. Which lands? Which king? Let's continue.
For those of you biblical and Quranic scholars, Today, we are prepared to call out the scholars of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. If you can disprove what we say today, then I'll.
I just did. I just did. When did these things happen to you? How can your sons and daughters be taken when at the same time you were taking sons and daughters of other people? It says here, Deuteronomy 28:43, the stranger that is within you shall get above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. That means that you were here already at a high status. What do you mean? Also, I want to bring this out to your attention. The Lord shall, verse 49, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. Africa and Europe are a skip and a hop away. From the end of the earth. That is not the end of the earth. Africa and Europe are not at the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flieth, we have pictures of black folks that are actually in armor with a picture of an eagle. I'll show it to you. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. So that means you did not know any of these languages. But yet you and they were very familiar with each other. Very familiar with each other, with North Africa, with Central Africa. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you saying? What are we doing here? The only thing that you write on is this, verse 64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from one end of the earth even unto another. And there you read this. But yet you forget to read this. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. You've known each other way before 1492. There's historical documentation that shows that there was even black popes in North Africa. What the fuck are you talking about? You're getting debunked every single day, all the time. How come nobody ever heard about you guys eating grasshoppers like Leviticus talks about? Why is corn so far-fetched from your diet? How come fringes are not something very common? How come you guys don't know about any of these weeping women, La Llorona? None of that stuff is in your historical shit. Not in the Americas and not over there in Africa. What are we doing? You're criticizing the white man when you're being just like the white man.
I'll pay with my life for lying.
They told you the children of Israel were in the Middle East. They built an entire nation on that claim. But what if the real children of Israel were never over there? What if they've been right here in America for over 400 years?
For over 400 years, you've been slaves? You see that fucking line? Come on, man. Come on, son. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Show you a little bit more and then we move on. Oh, let me show this one. This one's the most replayed, they say. They're at 202 time. All right, let's go.
Lifted up the serpent in the wilderness. Yes, so shall the Son of Man be.
They're going to that preaching shit. All right, let's go here.
Powerful lectures ever recorded, Minister Louis Farrakhan stood before thousands in Atlanta and answered the question the world has been avoiding. Who are the real children of Israel? Using Genesis, Deuteronomy, and the story of Esau and Jacob. He laid out a case so precise that he challenged every scholar, rabbi, and theologian on earth to disprove him, or he would pay with his life. This is what they erased from the conversation. Farrakhan opens with no.
I was not invited. How come I'm never invited to these debates? Y'all debate all the time, bro. You guys always debate all the time. I've asked you brothers, hey man, invite me to your debates. You guys never invite me. I wonder why. I wonder why. Maybe because of the shit that you guys are saying, they're going to find out the source. So that's what I'm saying. Raza, man, sometimes, dude, we are so envious of each other, bro. You can't just seem to let it go. Even in your best moments. I will dismantle this doctrine all day, every single day. We're doing it as much as we can. But it seems like, I guess I have to be a white guy or a black guy to to really be that loud, or to at least have that many people listen.
No hesitation. The black people of America are the real children of Israel, not a metaphor.
Nah, absolutely not. You really need to do your due diligence on your history. Here's the reason why they want your heritage, family. Here's the reason why. All right, we're going to look at, it's called here, let's see. Okay, so I got it from archive.org. And here we're going to have a book called An Essay on the propagation of the gospel, in which there are numerous facts and arguments adduced to prove that many of the Indians in America are descendant from the 10 tribes. Okay? All right. Printed in 1801. This is what they want. Y'all can't have it. You can try it. You can create memes and, do your AI shit. But when you look real deep into the scriptures, nah, you're not them. You definitely run away from Abraham's history. And I want to show a video to show you the history of Abraham. Okay? It says here, we're going to read a couple pages, and then I have a video to show you, man. And then I hope you guys can appreciate it. And then we should be, I guess we should be done. Another probably less than an hour. It says, it seems to be at this time required of the disciples of Christ that there should not be a nation from the north to the south pole without having the gospel preached to them. How beautiful faith, the scripture, are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of the good things, right? So that's what he's talking about. The principal places, however, where the gospel might at this time be propagated with great prospect of success are in America, among the Indians, and in Africa, among the Negroes and others. You see this? Among the Indians in America and among the Negroes in Africa.
Who are you?
Y'all look like Africans. You telling me that somehow, some way, they're like, oh, no, you guys are not from Africa. You guys from the Americas, for sure. Woolly hairs, flat nose, thick lips. You look the same. You fucking wobbles are dumb, bro. Y'all need to read. There's a strong argument in favor of the Indians being converted to Christianity. They're being descendants from the Jews. St. Paul says that all Israel shall be saved. As this is a subject of great importance, and it may be necessary to give its considerable attention. Then it says, page 4, the Aborigines of America were probably the descendants of Noah. That is, America was first peopled by the sons of Noah. Now it says here, before the division of the globe, the sons of Noah are said to have wandered over the earth. They don't understand, or they must have forgot about 2nd Ezra, right? It says here, we read in the 25th verse of the 10th chapter of Genesis of Peleg. This is the great division, okay? And after Peleg, by the way, that's when all the lineage of Abraham, after Peleg, were worshiping other gods for like 4 or 5 generations until they got to Abraham. So Abraham was not circumcised in 8 days. He was not keeping the commandments. Neither was his father when they were living in the Ur of the Chaldees. That's why Romans 2:25 and 26 matters. That's why it matters, because Abraham wasn't circumcised in 8 days. If you know the history, you'll understand those things, and you don't get confused. It says the Hebrew word, in his days was the earth divided. The Hebrew word Peleg signifies a division. It is a strong argument in favor of the division of the globe being a fact of great notoriety, that a man of eminence obtained his name from the circumstance, right? So let's go ahead and skip this a little bit. We'll start here. Afterwards, it's probable that America was further peopled by the 10 tribes who were taken captive by Shalmaneser. That's, regarding Second Ezra as well, Second Kings 16 and 6. You can read that all on your own. Just remember those. Second Ezra 13, 40 through 40 and up, or Second Kings 17 and 6, or the first chapter of Ezra in the Old Testament. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah and in the Habor by the river of Gazan, the cities of the Medes. There were none left but the tribe of Judah only, right? So now we keep seeing people talking about these things, right? So let's just continue. Here we'll see. It is said in Ezra, which though it may contain some idle visions, has some truth. So that's 2nd Ezra 13, chapter 40. Talks about Osiris, all right? You following me? Okay. It says, page 7, it is probable that a part of the 10 tribes remained in the country where they were carried near Habor, which is now called Tabor, and that the Tartars are their descendants. It is mentioned in Aaron's Hill's travels that the Tartars had a town called Jericho, and the name of the capital was Samarian or Samarkand. It is very little different from Samaria. All right, so they're talking about where some people were left off. Okay, now it says a part of the 10 tribes may have continued in Osiris, as well as Tartaria. A part may have passed over from the continent of Asia to that of the Americas at Bering's or Cook Strait. They used to call that too. So Bering Strait, Cook Strait, or the Straits of Anian. Okay, follow me? Okay. Now let's skip to here. Page 8 on the bottom. An interesting work was published in London in 1775 entitled History of the American Indians, particularly those nations adjoining the Mississippi, East and West Florida, South Georgia, South and North Carolina, and Virginia by James Adair, a trader with the Indians and resident in their country for 40 years. Okay? So this is James Adair's proof arguments. It says that the indigenous people, right, were descendants of the Jews because their division into tribes, they worship Jehovah, their notions of theocracy, their belief in the ministration of angels, their language and dialect, like Baalim Yakab is an actual Nahuatl word, which is Lord Jacob. Their manner of counting time, because it was based on sunset, and they celebrated based on the moon. Okay? Look this stuff up. And I've done classes on this. The prophets and high priests, because of the way they dress and the breastplates they wore, their festivals, fasts, and religious riots like Passover. They also, what was it? Day of Atonement. That's why they talks about these particular riots. Their daily sacrifices, we know that. Their ablution and anointing. Their laws of uncleanness. Their abstinence from unclean things. That's why we knew that we could eat grasshopper. Their marriages, divorces, and punishment. Their cities of refuge. Their purifications. Their ceremonies preparatory to war. Their ornaments. Their manners of curing the sick. The burial of the dead. Their mourning for the dead. Their raising seed to the deceased brother. Their choice of names. Their own traditions. It has been supposed that there were many visionary notions in Mr. Adair's work. If we were to grant there are some, we might contend to prove there are many things observed by him and corroborated by others, which indisputably manifest the descent of the Indians from the Jews. So here this guy is saying, like, yeah, man, a lot of stuff that he wrote has been confirmed by other writers. They have been confirming this for quite some time. Then it says, the descent, in my opinion, would be clearly proved if they could only establish 2 points, and they can establish many more. The separation of their women at a certain time by the Indians, and their dance in which they sing Hallelujah Yahweh. We know the former custom to prevail universally and the latter frequently among the Indians, particularly by James Adair, or Mr. Adair, sorry, must not be the first custom have sprung from a higher source than that indelicate mind of a savage. And could they have found Hebrew words in the desert? Right? So it says here also that Mr. Adair supposed the practice of circumcision must have declined among the Indians from the loss of their sharp knives as they had passed through the desert. In a curious and learned pamphlet, however, published in London in 1650, entitled Jews in America, or probabilities that the Americans are Jews, proposed by Thomas Thorogood, right? It says the author observed, Gracious says confidently that we have so many witnesses that the Americans, you brothers and sisters, be circumcised. Well, not you sisters. As it became not a modest man to deny it. And among the rarities brought from those quarters, Pancioris speaks of stony knives, very sharp and cutting, and his illustrator, H. Salmuth, shows that the Jews of old did use such in their circumcision, knives of stone. That is Exodus, I believe that's, what is that, 9:25? Exodus 9:25, it says, and the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt, that 19. Was it not? No, that's 9, right? Was it 19? Hold on a second. Exodus 4, fool. Gosh. Exodus 4:25. My bad. It says, then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet and said, surely a bloody husband art thou to me. Here goes that stone, which sacraments omitted 40 years in their travels is revived by God's command to Joshua 5:2. Make these sharp knives. Joshua 5:2. Let's read it real quick. It says here, at the time of the Lord said unto Joshua, make these sharp knives and circumcise again the children of Israel the second time. So sharp knives out of stone was a common thing among the Jews as well as the natives here. And they didn't have woolly hair, flat nose, or fat lips. None of that. Aquiline nose, long straight hair, thin lips. I'm not saying all of them were thin lipped, but that was the general description. Of course, other of our brothers and sisters didn't have exactly the same features. Hello? Page 12, it says, William Penn says of the natives of the Pennsylvania, for their original, I am ready to believe them of the Jewish race. I mean of the stock of the 10 tribes. And that for the following reasons. First, they were to go to a land not planted or known, which to be sure Asia and Africa were, if not Europe. And he that intended that extraordinary judgment upon them might make a passage not uneasy to them, as it is not impossible in itself from the easternmost parts of Asia to the westernmost of America. In the next place, I find them of like countenance, and their children of so lively resemblance, that a man would think himself of Duke's Place or Berry Street in London when he seeth them. But this is not all. They agree in rites. They reckon by moons, new moon. They offer their first fruits. They have a kind of a feast of tabernacle, and are said to lay in their altar upon 12 stones. Their mourning a year custom of women, with many things that do not now occur. That was William Penn. It is curious and pleasing in reading the travels of those who have been among the Indians to find how the custom of the Indians comport frequently with the laws of Moses. These customs are sometimes faithfully described by men who have no supposition that any of the American Indians are descendants of the 10 tribes. So see, it's like for example, if I start talking about it, I'm like, I'm not interested in proving it, but fuck, I keep finding them. They're so similar, like in a lot of different ways. Like everything they do, almost everything. The laws of Moses are very similar to their laws. See what I mean? Yeah, I'm just showing your stuff real quick, bro. I think you said a question. You think you had a question. Quick question. I remember the camps like Sakari, IUIC, etc., would say that the Olmecs were Hamites and the other tribes were Semites. I've never heard them say the Olmecs were Hamites. But you can just tell that it's confusion. It's just a confusion. It's like, how did the Hamites get here then? Like, what theory, concept do they believe that the Toltecs are Hamites? I'm assuming it's from from Diodorus Siculus or Plato shit. That's where they get it from. And that shit is stupid and debunked. I've debunked it. So it says now, so now here, let me go back to the point. David Brenner is not interested in proving that they are Hebrews, but he's like, man, they seem so similar. It says, visited the Indians of Junatao Island, Pennsylvania, and found them almost universally busy in making preparations for a great sacrifice and dance. In the evening, they meet together, near 100 of them, and dance around a large fire. Now, let me tell you something, okay? In the evening, they met together, near 100 of them. If you ever been to a raza party, bro, this is how we get down. You don't party by yourself if you're around raza. We throw big parties, and usually there's more than 100 people. Hey, we got a gathering going on. Come kick it. And dance around a large fire, having prepared 10 fat deers for the sacrifice. The fat of the whole inwards were burnt in the fire while they were dancing. Jeez. They continued their sacred dance all night near the matter, after which they ate the flesh of the sacrifice. It is in Leviticus, it is said, the fat that covereth the inward and all the fat that is upon the inward, the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is the Lord's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generation, because the fat smells good, by the way. Throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood. See Leviticus, latter part of the 3rd chapter. Isaiah also spoke to the Jewish nation of the fatness of thy sacrifice. See what I'm saying? Here we see again, just to mention that whenever somebody tries to tell you that these stupid ass camps taught you guys the name of the Most High or whatever, man, y'all didn't do shit. You read them from these books from our people who were already saying it. Indians have a dance in which they sing he, ho, ho, which must originally have been the same, that of the southern Indians, in which they sang hallelujah, yo ha, yo hi, yo hi. I think that's how they say it, Yahweh, like that. I think that's how they say Yahweh, Yahuwah. So they don't even know how to write that. How do you write that? Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahuwah. Yahoo, breathe out, breathe in. The breath of life. The breath of life was the name of the Lord in a lot of different ways too. He says that the northern Indians so rigid exact the separations of their women at a certain time that if at that time a woman only comes across them when they are hunting, they think it a bad omen. He says that after the childbirth, a northern Indian woman is reckoned unclean for a month or 5 weeks, during which time she always remains in a small tent placed at a little distance from others with only a female acquaintance or two. Page 93. By the Mosaic law, a woman who bore a child was to be unclean and separated many days. Leviticus chapter 12. Let's read that real quick. Then I got a video to show you. Purification after childbirth. See? Verse 2. Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if a woman have conceived seed and born a child, then she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of the separation for her infirmities, she shall be clean. Right? But that's for a child. All right? That's for a boy. Okay? So check this out. And in the 8th day, the flesh of the foreskin shall be circumcised, and she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 3 and 30 days, 33 days. And she shall touch no hollow thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purifying. So he said, how many days? It said, hold on. He says that after the childbirth, the northern woman is reckoned unclean for a month or 5 weeks. So 30 days is a month or 33 days, which is basically 5 weeks. Damn.
Que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
We are definitely going to get deeper into this because, man, oh man, bro. Let me show you this video. I think it's a good time right now. Where you at? Give me a second. Let me find it. Let's see the propagation. Hold on, where is it at? Hold on a second here. Where was it? What was that video? Hold on. Where are you? I thought I wrote it down. Oh, okay. Hold on. I see it. This one. The truth shall prevail. This is it. Check this out. Let me get to this point real quick.
So it reads.
Hold on a second.
What they basically
hold on a second, hold on. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play the video, all right? Check it out. It's about it's a good minute, all right? Let's go.
Now listen, what we teach you today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade, all right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade, y'all stayed back.
What? Okay, sounds good. So remember this video. I don't have to go through it again. You know, they're like saying all this.
The Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing.
So as you can see, they put a lot of effort in these videos and showing how black slaves for sale, and yet these guys are wearing fringes and they're selling them, and they're black looking, well, dark skin. Because apparently here in America, the word black means Afro, woolly haired phenotype. Okay, so not clear in the rest of the world. It just means negro, meaning your color, your skin tone. Okay, so now they're saying this and that in all this video, and you look through it and you're like, oh God, yes, you're so right. Oh my God, you're so right. And we got some silly doves in these camps that actually believe this heathenish, concept. And then on top of that, that there's actual people that maybe are people that actually believe this. So this is the gentleman that stood out. I'm like, wait a minute. He's the only non-black man in this video. So, Opie, I'm about to show you something. Hold on to your horses, unless you don't know what that is. But let's find out what exactly is it that we're finding out here, okay? So let's go to, what's the time I'm looking for? No, actually, you know what? Right around here.
The black Yahudians, Judah.
Watch this, all right?
Did you know that Sudan is an ancient name for the Yahudians, the black Yahudians, Judah, tribe of Judah? And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, so I'm like, okay, this guy looks familiar. I remember him. Well, guess what I do? All right, so now we're gonna forward again where they use him again. They use him again, but how ironic that they don't use him recently? Because apparently I found something recently, and now his change of heart. I wonder why.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. Hey, guys, we should just shut this channel down right now. Like, literally. Because we should just go by this. No, let's not. That was a joke. Let's see. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave this up because we're going to use this. Let's go to Matthew chapter 25, verse 31. Okay. Let's go to some scripture. Matthew chapter 25 and verse 31. This is for you, so-called Northern Kingdom that are allowing yourselves to be called Northern Kingdom, okay? This is for you guys. It says, verse 31, Son of Man, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. There's a list of things that he's going to do. It says, and before him shall he be gathered all nations, like Jehoshaphat in Isaiah 66, I believe, or 61. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Yes, he's going to separate the nations. So you so-called Hispanics that are in cahoots with these so-called people that are of the Bible, right? Hey, shalom, Eastside. Shalom, sir. Shalom, Elishiva. I think I said it right this time. It just came out a little easier. All right, let me take it off real quick. So let me read it again. It says, and when the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on the right hand and the goats on the left. Okay? So now, you guys that are involved and all in the betweens with the so-called Africans, the so-called Phoenicians that are calling themselves Hebrews, okay? There's going to be a time where you're going to find out either if it's too late or hopefully soon enough. Okay? Because this is not coincidental. All of this that's happening is basically scriptural. Watch this. Matthew 13:24. Then it says, don't forget about the video, guys. I'm getting to somewhere here, okay? Matthew 13:24, it says, another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field, right? So the Most High, in the beginning, had given us these fruits, had given us these tokens, had given us the understanding, the wisdom, right? So it's our job now to find ourselves in order to who? To find out who we are according to the Bible, right? So you dig into yourself in order if you want to know God. Remember that. Now it says here, but while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. So the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then had its tares? He said unto them, an enemy had done this. The servant said unto him, Wilt thou then go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. So I pray, you brothers and sisters that are all in there, and I pray that the Most High has actually led you to that walk, okay? Because it's not going to be easy when you find out that you're among the tares. And it says, let both grow until harvest. And in the time of harvest, I will say to the reaper, gather ye together the first tare, bind them in a bundle to burn them, but gather the wheat unto the barn. That's the sheep and the goat. That's the separation of nations. That's the separation of the righteous and not righteous. So you got to start doing this walk. So if you're already in the seal, meaning if you are really sold in the concept that the white and the black Jesus are going to save you, and that's what it's about, man, you're in for a rude awakening. So I tell you, I compel you, brothers and sisters that are listening, listen to this parable here, okay? Maybe you're one of them. Lord willing, you're the fourth seed. It says, Matthew 13:18, hear ye therefore the parable of the sower. When anyone heareth the word of the kingdom and understand it not, then cometh the wicked one and catcheth away that which was sown in the heart, meaning the mind. This is he which received the seed by the wayside. So like, for example, my mother, she's a hardcore Catholic, and I've been trying to help. And you know what? There's a moment where I'm like, okay, she's going to believe. And next, boom, next time I talk to her, she's like way back in her thing again. That's unfortunate. Lord willing, the Most High gives her mercy. Verse 21, yet had he not root himself, but dureth for a while. Let me read it. Let me read verse 20. Sorry, I skipped it. But he said, but he that receiveth the seed into stony places, the same he that heareth the word and anon with joy and receive it. So these guys are the ones and girls are like, I'm a Hebrew. I'm gonna go out there, flyer missions, and yeah, studying it. Yeah, Esau. Okay. He also, it says, yet he had no root in himself, but endureth for a while. And when tribulation or persecution ariseth because of the word, by and by he is offended. And remember the scripture, the
the classes I've done, brothers and sisters, regarding how we're supposed to break that clod, break that ground to get rid of those clods in order to seed properly and the root to set. Well, you got to get those. That's why it says, you know, like you didn't endure, you weren't patient, you were like in a rush, and next thing you know, bam, you're done. You didn't root yourself, you didn't break the ground, you didn't examine yourself. That's what the walk is about. Then it says, he also that receiveth seed among the thorns is he that heareth the word, and the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches chokes the word and becomes unfruitful. So there's like, I gotta not work this day, man. It's overtime. Bro, really? I can't play sports. I can't tell my kids. You know what? Nah, I'm good, bro, because I don't want to be broke. I like my wealth. I don't really have it that bad. You know, and I kind of want to sin. So even if you slightly sin, you broke all the commandments, quite frankly. So you want to be this other one. But he that received the seed unto the good ground is he that heareth the word, right? You take the word and understand it, meaning you break the ground. You break the ground. You get rid of the clods. You break through all of that ugly, nasty, fallow, dry brain of yours and spirit of yours, and you apply the scriptures to understand yourself, which also beareth fruit. So what is the fruit? The goodness, the tokens that you develop, the wisdom that then comes about from you breaking ground and you rooting yourself properly. Because that fruit is also you yourself, and then that fruit is also who you teach, your family, your friends, your husband, your wife. All of those are fruits. Bring it forth. Some are 100-fold, some are 60, some are 30. Meaning, because listen, when the fruit falls, you may not be able to wake everybody up, but when the fruit falls, that seed plants itself. So when you develop a family, guess what? They're going to teach other people. This is why it says you're a tree that beareth the fruit. From a tree comes a lot of other trees, guys. You got to be thankful. You got to be thoughtful of these things. So now let me go back. Let me go back to agreed. Let me go back to the point here real quick, because now we're going to see what I'm talking about. So again, all of this is going on. People have been in our, let's say, quote unquote, nation. Okay. And there are some people that have planted tares. And we're seeing them now. We're seeing them now as they're coming up, right? It makes perfect sense. So we need to just sit back and be the good seed. Break that ground. Get rid of the bitterness. Yes, they've done what they've done. You just watch. Be at peace with all men, because you need to work on yourself. Let them. Verse 9, he who hath an ear, let him hear. That's what it is. You got to be that 100-fold, that developer of 60 to 30-fold. Matter of fact, that developer of 1-fold, one child that you get to change his life or her life, to keep the laws of God and they sincerely love it. I'm going to tell y'all straight up. I know that maybe in this world they don't believe it, but I can't wrap my mind around the kingdom. But you know what? I wish I could not sin no more. I don't want to sin anymore, because it's distasteful to me now. The laws have magnified sin to me. Now it's bitter wisdom. Like, oh God, no, I don't even want to think of that. That's what I want. So he who has an ear, let him hear. Break through that ground. Be that good seed. Because you don't want to be this seeds where they go by falsifying information, not really doing scholarly work. And then next you know, you find out that the same guy that they use is the same guy that's actually telling them, you guys are liars.
Listen to Rabbi Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss...
you know what? And he says a lot of the stuff I say, so it's even more amazing, man. I kid you not. I kid you not. I kid you not. Watch this, all right? I'm gonna sit back. I'll forward some things. We're gonna sit back and watch this for a little bit, okay? That's kind of like why I'm trying to make a short video. After this, and I'm pretty much done. I just want to make sure we touch on this because of the class I did in the morning, and it has to do with Abraham and that region. Watch. So why is he saying this now? Let's explore why he's now saying what he's saying, and I believe I know why, and I'll share it. All right, let's go.
Shalom. You're listening to Rabbi Simon.
Wait, hold up. Just to make sure, I don't know this gentleman. So let me hold up. Just in case.
Copyright disclaimer.
Say it twice.
This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, perfect. All right, so now let me pull up the video real quick. It was on YouTube, right? Yep, that's right. Okay, here we go. Just pay attention. Let's listen in, okay? Let's see what this guy has to say. And all of a sudden now he's kind of like changing the tune. I'm trying to find out why. Let's go.
Simon Altaf from Vienna in Austria. Today we're going to discuss a couple of things. Number one, ancient Israelites. Who were they? Or more importantly, who were Abraham's ancestors? And we'll also discuss who is a Jew by Torah standards, not by perception, but by what the scripture writes about the real people of Israel.
Let me just reference the guy's face. I don't want people to say, no, that's not him, whatever, this and that. Okay.
Alpha consciousness, I have a special message. There are Hebrew
for Judah.
They look alike? I want to see if anybody can agree that they look alike.
And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in?
All right.
And then the forefathers, the ancestors of those.
The same? I think they're the same. Okay, let's continue.
Those people, such as Abraham, and going further back to Noah. So a lot of people ask me this question. They say, you say you're a Kohen, but you don't look like me. And this question usually comes from Black Americans who are a little bit confused about their history, especially about Israelite history. And I think it's important for me to at least give you some guidance as to why I don't look like you, or why I don't have locked hair as most of you have. Because I think the more important question should be, when we look at this, we're going to get the answers that you're seeking. So let's go back to Abraham and Abraham's ancestors.
Hey, you know what? Real quick, just to make sure you said, yeah, man. I was watching some of his other videos, and I was like, why is he saying this now? And they're using that reference, so it's like there's a transition kind of going on in regards to what he was teaching at that time and what he's actually saying. This guy also says that the day starts in the daytime, then the nighttime, and then he believes that the white man's Japheth and all that. So again, I don't agree with all of it. I'm only using him because they reference him. They're like, you know, they reference him. Okay, cool. Sounds good. But look what he's saying now. That's the weird part here. Here's interesting.
Most people...
I hope you're listening, Fopi. This is your king.
People believe that Abraham lived in Iraq. And that's where he was brought up. That's where his family was. So traditionally, most Christian scholars, stroke Jewish scholars, probably say that he came out of Iraq. And that's what I say, perception. That perception is entirely wrong, because Abraham did not come out of Iraq, neither did his family. Since most of you probably never left your state, probably never left your country, so you wouldn't know any better, you know, what real history is about. So first of all, if you had ever gone to Turkey, you'll find out that the cave where Abraham hid from one of the earliest rulers, as you know, Nimrod, when he was hiding in a cave in Turkey. How can he hide in a cave in Turkey if Abraham is from Iraq? Which means he was a baby at that time. Which means that the story, the perception that you have been given about Abraham's family is entirely incorrect. Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey. So if they were domiciled in Turkey, surely he couldn't be from Iraq, could he?
Now let's look up Turkey. Okay. And then at the end, I'm gonna also show you, man, I don't even know if I should, honestly, but I kind of want to, bro, because honestly, I want to, because everybody believes in DNA, man, and it's like, okay, Sounds good. So Turkey's right here, all right? So he's talking about domiciled like somewhere up there. Remember when they left the Chaldees, they were up there in Haran and all that area, okay? That's what he's talking about. All right, let's continue.
So you have to now correct yourselves as to what is going on. So did he originate from Turkey? Did his ancestors originate from Turkey? Well, again, unless you really know ancient history, you're gonna be guessing, second guessing. It's almost like saying that I live in Vienna, I'm from Austria, but I don't look nothing like the people over here.
Hey, that's why I always say you need historical facts with the Bible. You need it. You need to know history in order to match the Bible. I have a somewhat of an understanding on history. I'm not no expert. I don't know why people say they're experts at anything. Nobody's an expert at anything, okay? Only the Most High. Anyhow, so like I've actually actually, you know what? Let's just continue with the video, man. I don't want to keep pausing. Let's go.
You know, their skin color, their skin tone, their dress code, nothing like mine. So could I say that I'm from Vienna, Austria? No, of course I couldn't. If I was living here for 5 years, 10 years, I couldn't say that I'm from Vienna, Austria. Same way, Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me?
You guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? So something happened. Something happened. He's like, wait. Then he should look more like me, not like you Negroes. And I'm like, whoa. Let's see. Let me see what he's saying says. Let me read that real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Let me block this person. Okay. I think geographically names are changed, hidden, and for some purpose. Psalms. Yeah, they found lots of turkeys on the lands. Proceed to the turkey for that Thanksgiving in November, native month. Wow. Yeah. No joke, man. No joke. Watch this. So let's go back again. Remember, they're using this. This is their king. They were like, hey, yo, look, yeah, man, look, man, this guy said.
Ethiopia, of course they do. And did you know that the tribe of Judah exists in Ethiopia? Of course they do.
All right, this guy. Let's go to 12. Go right here.
If your people have lived in certain parts of Africa, like, for instance, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High God.
And you can see what he's saying. So now let's go back to this. So I'm like, what happened?
So where did Abraham's family come from? From Iraq. Abraham's family couldn't say they are from Turkey or from Iraq. Both conclusions that most people are making would be incorrect. So where did Abraham's family come from? Well, if we look back at India's ancient history, his family actually originated out of India. That means the important question is not, should I look like you, the Negroes in America? The important question is, should you look like me? Because Abraham looked like me. If Abraham looked like me, then I look like Abraham. Therefore, I have a more right to Abraham than any of you in America. Why? Because you probably don't even know the plantations, beyond the plantations where you came from.
Are y'all listening to this? Are you guys listening to this? This is their king. They put him up on this video. I'm like, man, oh, this is so, oh man, ignorance is bliss. Honestly, it's just, you see, there's a difference between a true Hebrew and a fake Hebrew, right? A true Hebrew will dig and be diligent about what he's studying. I'm just saying, and you guys are the same way.
Most of you know where your grandfather worked or great-great-great-grandfather worked as a slave. Well, I can tell you that my great-great-great great grandfather came out of Iran, Persia, and we served the great kings of Persia at that time, where we were domiciled when we were expelled from Israel, because everybody knows it. It's written in the Bible, it's written in history, so all over the place that where Israel was domiciled, the 10 tribes, they went to north, then to the east, and the 2 tribes.
Hey, and that's very true. They went north because of the Assyrian captivity, like in Turkey, that area. Like that's why I'm gonna have to show it, man. That's why when I show my so-called DNA, it like literally shows that my forefathers domiciled in that area. I'm laughing because I just find it so funny that we don't even worry about those things. We're just focusing on the scriptures and trying to be like just sane, legitimately decent human beings, right? And the Bible is the only one that's going to allow us to get there. And that's what I always see about our gente, man. That's what we want. That's all that we want. We just like, I don't want to sin no more, man. Just give us a good, decent life. I can raise my children right. That's all. I talk to a lot of our gente, and we all say the same thing.
Tribes of Israel, Judah and Benjamin, with of course Levites, they also went to Babylonia, then to Persia. And Persian Empire in the ancient times, to revise your history, wasn't Africa, by the way. Persian Empire, the Assyrian Empire, in ancient times, they covered parts of ancient India. So ancient India, what is ancient India today? Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India. 3 nations came out of ancient India in 1947 in the partition that occurred through the British rule and the Raj in India. So, taking you back into history, who were Abraham's ancestors? They were people who called themselves Yadavas. The Yadavas were Indian people, and Josephus Flavius, who is an important historian from our people in Israel, and he writes that he believed, and he quotes historians, that the ancient people of Israel belonged to Indian philosophers.
And let me show you guys something real quick. I showed you guys this the other day, but look what it says. This is from Hindus America, right? It says Hindus reach America first. This is what the official historian of the Mexican government says in general outline of the history of Mexico. What is called the discovery of America is the meeting of 2 great current of races of people who, after separation, extending over many centuries, were again joined after going right around the earth. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I'm just doing a connection in regards to our relationship to Abraham. That's all.
Well, if we belong to Indian philosophers, then that takes me back to the Yadava people who actually left India at one point in time. That would mean Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols.
And isn't that true? Didn't we read the scripture? Matter of fact, let me show you. Why did that happen? So he doesn't even touch on that, right? But I do know. So let's go to it. 2nd Ezra, chapter 3. Watch this. So after Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Here's what happens with all of them. It says here, let's see. I'll go to verse 11. It says, nevertheless, one of them thou left it, namely Noah, with his household, of whom came all the righteous men. Noah, Shem, and Ham, meaning they were keeping the laws of God. And it happened that when they dwelt upon the earth, began to multiply and had gotten many children, you mean Japheth or Japhet, Shem, and Ham, and were great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Now, when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man among them whose name was Abraham. And what does this guy say?
Abraham's fathers. They left India, and then the question is asked, why did they leave India? And the answer is given because Indians at that time worshipped many gods, idols. Just as Abraham's father worshipped many gods. If you remember, you read about it in the book of Joshua. You will also read about.
And there's a book that I have. I may show y'all, okay? There's a lot of words in Mexico of like certain cities and in Peru that are literally literally words in Sanskrit. I'm gonna look for the book while I'm looking for this. Okay, let me look for it.
About this in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, in the book of Joshua, chapters 24, it tells you there that your forefathers came from the other side of the river. What river? What other side? The river Euphrates. The other side of Euphrates, it begins the Persian Empire, and it is a vast area covering today's modern Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, Bangladesh, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, all those areas. So what should the ancient forefathers look like? They should look like me, not you. That's a problem. You see, that's a problem that you have to deal with. When Noah came out of the ark with his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, well, what do you think? Do you think that there were plenty of women of other nations sitting there for them to marry their children into? Of course not. So the only women that our children could marry into, so Shem's sons, they married into Ham's children. In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black, and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because
yeah, you hear that? You see that? To see that, to teach that it's black about. So that's what I'm assuming. That's okay. Perfect. So that's when I were like, that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. So he was teaching them, hey, you guys, according to the curses, you guys fit the script. You guys fit the curses. You guys are Israel. He was going with a sincere spirit. Oh, all praises, says. Oh, that's, oh, okay. Oh, what? I connect the dots. All praises. I see, yeah, you and your husband, your picture. All praises. Anyhow, so this is where I started noticing that he's like, okay, why is he referencing that? Why is he saying that? So now I know why. Because then they took it. Yes, you black convert Hebrews, you took this knowledge and then you said, F everybody. Only black folks are actual Hebrews. Look what he's saying. It's like, no. I take it. I think he's regretting what he did. He's realized I woke up an animal, basically. And I don't mean it like in an insulting way. I mean like a mentality. The insane mind to go and take this information and say, only us. Only us. Really?
In other words, Ham's daughters. So if we take Ham's daughters, Shem, meaning Indian-looking man like me, brownie, if he marries into Ham's sons who are jet black, and they look like you in North America, what do you think we're going to produce? We're going to produce children with different skin tones of brown, with some with locked hair, some without locked hair. That's where you come from. That's why we have some people of Israel, ancient Israel, who perhaps look black. And we have other people who have lighter skin tones. There is no such thing as black across the board. That would.
So now let me show you something, okay? So you brothers and sisters, man, you need to start really being proud of your heritage, brothers. I'm serious. Look, watch this. This is from a book called, I believe it's called, let's see. It's called yes, from Kabiri Pass to Grand Quivira, New Mexico in Boca. It's called When India Ruled the World by Gene Matlock. When India Ruled the World. Oh, shoot. Watch what it says. It says, however, I'm going to read up top. It says, how much more proof is needed to convince the skeptics? Just in case more is needed, my skeptical readers should know that one of the principal Indian strongholds of the Ayappa cult is in southern India, near the Pampa River. Therefore, we need not be surprised to find Pampas River in Peru and Chile. In chapter 4, I mentioned several Indian places and cast names in Inca Peru. However, it's more convincing examples are needed. I present Pujas, Manu, Pisac, Bonu, and Ayacucho region. In Sanskrit, Puja, honor, worship, Manu, patriarch. Manu, let me read it again. Puja, it means honor or worship. Manu means patriarch. Pisak, a savage tribe of people in North India. Pune, a famous Indian city. Aya Kushi, fortunate, lucky leadership caste. Or the Raramuri of Chihuahua. Then you got the Ram Uri of Shivava. Man, I'm telling you, it gets deeper and deeper.
Would be a falsehood to teach that there's just black across the board. That is not true. Because if I bring you to Abraham, our forefather, and if I tell you about his wives, he had a black wife from Egypt. Well, what kind of son she's going to give him? Ishmael is going to be a son of darker skin tone. Now, what about his other wives? Well, Sarah, clearly, there are two opinions on Sarah. And you can take whichever opinion you like. You can take the opinion that Sarah's from Chad, or you can take the opinion that Sarah's from India. I would probably go with the opinion that Sarah's family also originated out of India. Therefore, they both look like each other, and they're going to produce children that are going to look like Indians. Therefore, Yitzhak, Isaac, is going to look like me. He's not going to look like you, unfortunately. There's no such thing. Now, therefore, that means we're going to have two sons, Esav, which you call Esau, and you call Jacob. Those two sons. Well, everything is determined by...
Hey, look what it says on the bottom. It says, the Persian generally called Ibrahim Zaradust. Cyrus considered the religion of the Jews the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham, or the Israelites from Brahma. So that's why do you think the Most High chose Cyrus to free the Israelites? Because he was a descendant of Abraham.
That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know.
I don't understand why this other nation of people cannot wrap their mind around that. Oh, I know why. Because you have to have woolly hair. That's all it's based off. Colorism, man. Come on, bro.
By who they marry. Now, I didn't go back and explain that Abraham also had a white wife, a Caucasian wife, whose name was MESHIACHA, who was from Turkey. Well, guess what, guys? If Abraham's family were domiciled in Turkey, what are the chances do you think that Abraham would have a Turkic wife? What do you think are the chances? And what do today's Turkic people look like? Most of them look like Caucasian, white people. They pass for an Englishman anytime, more than me. So therefore, the question is, if he married into a Turkic woman, which he did, and that's whose son we know was Eliezer, his older son. So if he had a white woman, what do you reckon? Do you reckon she's going to have some white children? Potentially? Yes, she is. That means that Abraham will have white in the mix as well. Do you think they followed the God of Israel? Most likely, 100%. Definitely followed the God of Israel. So where does that leave us? So let's go forward a little bit, then we'll come back. We'll go forward, we'll come back, we'll try to get some understanding. So if we go forward, we come back to Isaac.
Hey, family, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, man. I'm just going to let it play. And honestly, I'm going to watch the whole video. Y'all can stick around if you want. I'm going to watch the whole video because I'm very interested in what this guy's saying, okay? I haven't watched the whole video. I just went to like maybe 12, 13 minutes. And I was just like, oh, that's enough. Let me go ahead and do the video. I got time right now, okay? So I got a little bit of time. I don't have to be to my appointment until like 4:35. All right, let's keep going.
So what does Isaac's wife, Rebecca, what does she tell her son, Jacob? You are not to marry the woman of Canaan. Who were the women of Canaan? These daughters of Ham, black women who were corrupted, who were worshipping false idols, who were sacrificing their children to false idols. So the mom, Rebecca, told her son, you are not to marry into these heathens that are worshipping false idols. Therefore, you must go back to the family. Exactly the same pattern that Abraham had taken an oath from his son Eliezer, who is referred to as his servant. He took an oath, you are not to marry my son Isaac into these heathen women in this land where I am. In other words, Canaan, daughters of Ham, who were completely corrupted by that time. Previously, in the time of Noah, that time they were all obeying Torah. But by now, several hundred years later, they no longer were in Torah. They were into all sorts of false worship. Therefore, the indictment was given against them. Do not marry into these black women because they are corrupted. They are into false worship. They do not worship the God of Israel. You must not take those women. And the injunction came from God as well later on. So therefore, what happens? What happens is that Jacob is sent back to his Indian family, Indian looking family. Where? In Iraq, where they are settled in Padan Aram. Let's break those two words down. Padan Aram.
See, and that's why when I got interested in this is pretty much what I was always finishing, because at that point I'm like, wait a minute, it confirms what I had found regarding the actual scriptures. Padam Aram means region, land, and then Aramaic. So I had looked into it, and this guy is literally confirming what I'm saying. But what really stood out the most is like they were using him to say, oh, look, look, look. And now he's like, hold on a second, Mr. Blackie. Abraham didn't look like you. Abraham looked like me, more like me. So who has more rights to him? And guess what? Who looks more like this guy? That's all I'm saying.
Aram. Aram is the area where we get the language Aramaic, meaning Babylonia, Persia, which spoke to a large extent. They spoke the Aramaic language, square script, what they call square script Hebrew today. So if they spoke Aramaic, that brings another interesting thing, doesn't it? That means, surely, if they spoke Aramaic, well, do you speak Aramaic in North America? I haven't heard anybody speaking Aramaic in North America. But you can see plenty of people, even today, there are people in India who know Aramaic. If you go to Pakistan, you will have people speaking the Persian tongue. My own uncle, who passed away a few years ago, he spoke fluently the Persian tongue. Therefore, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more?
Damn, you guys hear that? Well, let me go back. Oh man, this is, oh God, this is so great. Anyhow, let me go.
Well, that means that North America, the black folks there who want to be Hebrews, they don't have the Persian tongue. So who has more connection to Abraham's family, you or me? Who do you think is going to be a Levite priest, you or me? So therefore, we have a genealogy. We have the language. Pakistan speaks today widely a language called Urdu, which has its roots in ancient Persian tongue. That is where the Jews came from after their exile. And today, let me tell you something of interest. Today, in 2017, I have contact with a Jewish man in Pakistan who looks 100% like me. What do you think he should look like? And he came out of Iraq. His whole family came out of Iraq. 2,000 years ago, they left Iraq at the destruction of our temple, and they went to Pakistan and they domiciled in Pakistan. So for all practical purposes today, they look like Pakistanis, of course. They're not going to look like English. They're not going to look like Americans. They're not going to look Negro either. So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card, and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York.
Hey, here we go. You see, now now I understood as okay. See, now it's because of the way they took it. It's where they went and how they really ran with it. There was no humility whatsoever. If you were to potentially the chosen seed and you go off and just completely twist the scriptures, man, this is why he's saying that. Watch.
So therefore, I think that the important question is are all the Negroes Hebrews? The answer is no, they are not. So therefore, you need to remove this ignorance card, and everybody calling themselves Israelite, shouting in the streets of New York, oh, I'm Israel. No, you're not Israel. You are just a misguided person. Because if you were really Israel, you would be obeying the Torah. You would be doing the things that my forefathers did, both in Babylonia, such as Daniel the prophet.
Hey, listen, guys, he's right about this. If you are a true Hebrew, you're going to be applying the laws, statutes, and commandments with the understanding of the Messiah, knowing that the examination is what's required of us because we're supposed to be that ultimate last. I don't want to lose y'all because
potentially we are that. The Messiah came and showed us what he is. We're supposed to do exactly the same thing he's going to do. So we have mercy to cleanse ourselves from the flesh. Once you're completely separate from that and you got like complete control of your spirit, man, the sky's the limit at that point. And again, this is going to be a process in time. It's the elect that are being called upon right now. 144 and then the 1/3. All right, let's go.
Prophet who was my forefather, by the way, such as the Persian domiciled Hebrews. What did they do? Well, they obeyed the 7 festivals. They didn't believe in Jesus. They don't know who Jesus was. This is a later thing. Rabbi Yeshua came much later. So they obeyed the Torah laws. You can read about it. Daniel the prophet, what does he do? The king offers him delicacies, foods, everything. What does Daniel the prophet say? No, thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig, and you think you're Hebrews.
Damn, hold up a second.
That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know.
Oh my God, man. I literally, and hold on, let me play a song real quick. I recorded this because this is what you call so-called Hispanics that are in these camps, okay? You're going to a stranger for advice.
Lo sé, Señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido.
Literally, they're foreigners, and we're asking for them to tell us who we are according to the Bible? Come on, guys, let's go, man.
It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. Thank you. I don't want to have your food because I'm a Hebrew. I eat kosher. I want to only have lentils. Well, most of you in North America are sucking on pig, and you think you're Hebrews. It's laugh, isn't it? It's laughable. In order to be a Hebrew, in order to do the Torah, you have to remove yourself from the very foods that you call your foods and the very way of lives living. You have to remove yourself from that kind of lifestyle to a Torah lifestyle. A Torah lifestyle is, number one, obeying the God of Israel, keeping the Sabbath, guarding the Sabbath. Number two, you have to eat the foods that are qualified kosher. That means you can't have pig. Number three, you cannot be celebrating festivals of the Goyim, the Gentiles. You have to celebrate festivals of Israel, Passover, Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So whilst most of you,
and you're supposed to do it with sincerity, with like real joy, man. Like once I started learning how to keep the laws slowly and better, I'm getting better. There's so much joy, like so much joy. And it's like, man, this feels good. Like literally your spirit starts to waken to the real holidays. And it's just amazing because then your family enjoys it as well. And that's the blessing. Those are the fruits. But see, I dug through that damn hard, dry ground, man. And I had a lot of clods in my head. Trust me. I think we all do, but we can do it, man. And then anyways, the scriptures, without the scriptures, we can't.
Who are still stuck in churches, still running Pentecost, tabernacles, all those kind of good things. So whilst most of you are still stuck in churches, still running after Jesus Christ and doing after other things, maybe some of you are into Islam and Muslim and all that nonsense. So therefore, question is this: how can you be Hebrews if your character does not resemble anything from the Torah? That means if you really had the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then surely you would say that the Torah is your life. Torah is your faith. Torah is your way of living. But if you don't, if you're running to a church every Sunday, then I'd have to question, are you really a Hebrew? Probably not. So, I wouldn't even bank on it. However, if you were connected to Israel ancient, as I explained, that when Noah's sons came out of the ark, Shem, who was a brown man like me, his daughters married into Ham's daughter, his sons, married Ham's daughters, which was permitted at that time. And so therefore we're going to produce a mixture. And if Abraham's going to have a Caucasian wife, Abraham's going to have Sarah, a wife that looks like brown color. then she's going to produce brown children. That means Isaac was like me. And then if Isaac subsequently produces two sons, they're going to look like me as well, right? So you look at the Middle Eastern Jews, what do they look like? Do they look like me, or do they look like, somebody else in China maybe? No, of course not. So we have to understand that we must take scripture and history with it and get an understanding. When we do that, we'll never go wrong. But if we dissect, if we just remove ourselves from scripture and just pretend to be somebody we are not, we'll never get anywhere. However, I'm not saying that you cannot become part of Israel. You can. Every one of you can become part of Israel.
See, so now then he's going off to some other stuff, right? But my whole point was basically the video. So I kind of don't want to see if I don't know. I don't want to convince, but let me see. Maybe he'll actually don't say some crazy stuff. Hold on.
Covenanted people of God, you have to take the oath. You word today.
Oh, here it goes right here.
From
Look,
the humans inhabited in Israel, an area to come out of that. So let's go back to Abraham. Let's go back to these people called Yadavas. Let's go back to the land that we once inhabited in Israel, an area known as Judea. Judea, from the Hebrew word Judea, and from the Hebrew word where we get Judah as well. And we get the Indian Sanskrit word Yud, which actually means a warrior of God. So therefore, the people who are known to have come out of India, settled in Turkey, and then Abraham gave away, he left that worship of his forefathers, which was idolatrous, worshipping statues. So Abraham left eastern Turkey, southeastern Turkey, to be in the exact space. He then traveled down into Iraq. From Iraq, he traveled down into Israel, into what we know as Hebron. If you go to Hebron, Shechem, then if you go to Hebron, you will see that his grave is there today for everybody to see. It's 100% guaranteed that he was buried there, no doubt about it. Therefore, if Abraham traveled down there, let's look at Abraham's name. His name before God changed it was Abram. Abram's name came from the Indian deity, Indian god Brahma. So Abraham's forefathers were Brahmins. Brahmins are priests in India. So these priests, and if you go look, they still exist today. So
they're the Magi. That's the Magis that went to see the Messiah. You see how it's all connecting now?
We know our history. Because we know our history, we know what we should look like. However, this is not to say that you can't be Israel if you are and you produce a Chinese looking child, then of course that's an Israelite as well. Just as I explained to you, if we marry into Ham, a black woman, Ham's daughters, what are we going to produce? Dark colored children with locks and all, the looks that you have in North America. So therefore there is consensus that a certain portion of Hebrews were taken in the slave trade. Not all of them, but a certain portion. That portion is what is in North America, potentially in Europe as well. So we know that an island in the coast of Africa called Sao Tome, from there a British ship that was carrying the Portuguese flag exported slaves, took slaves out from that island and shipped them over to the Americas. By the way, they were Jews. Yes, that's the only people that I know definitely who were black Jews. But there is no other account of Africa, Ghana, for instance, Nigeria, or for instance, what's known as the slave coast today or in the ancient times, which was an area that was domiciled between Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem.
Did you guys? Let me read that again. Let me repeat that again.
Nigeria, Benin, Ghana, where the slave ships went and brought back slaves. Well, most of the people that were gathered from there were the sons and the daughters of Ham, not Shem. So let's get this straight. Not all of the slaves came out of, that came out were Hebrews.
You hear that? Let's get that straight. And that's what I've been saying the entire time. You guys did not go into slavery like that. And he says the ones that did were Canaanites. And the scriptures say that in Judges 3:5 that we're going to be dealing with them so then we could learn how to war.
As I explained, some were, not all of them. So today, by my estimation, and you can disagree with it if you like, by my estimation, only 10% people that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews.
Let's read that. It says only 50,000 people were of ancient Hebrew extraction brought to America of Negro looks. That's in my estimation would be around 2 million people in North America. Today, America has a potential of 45 million black people. They do not represent Israel, but minus 2 million, which means 43 million people are not of all the Hebrew, but sons and daughters of Ham. However, they can choose to obey the God's law. Wow, man, that's heavy.
Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamite went. People that boarded those ships potentially were Hebrews. Everybody else, nothing to do with us. Totally Hamites, 100% Hamites. But as I said earlier, your father, if you're a Ham, your father Ham at one point did obey the Torah laws until Nimrod, the one who became rebellious, started calling for his worship. He deified himself as some ancient rulers do.
I gotta do that again, man, because I mean this is just fantastic. Honestly, all praises says I do agree with that. Let me see. India is the most idolatrous nation today, though, right? And 4 billion people in landmass. Doesn't it fit the scattering? Yeah, I mean we've been scattered everywhere. So, like, remember what I'm suggesting is particularly well. First of all, this man was referenced by the Fopi people. Okay, so I'm like, wait a minute. That reminds me of this guy. Then I'm like, this guy didn't say anything that they were saying. So how come they don't put this video up? Okay, of course not, because it doesn't benefit them. There's no narrative. Now, we all scattered everywhere. What I'm trying to show with y'all is the connection between us and Abraham. Now, am I saying that we're India or Hindu? No. I'm not saying that at all. But there's a lot of similarities in regards to the traditions. Well, what I mean is also because of the Arsarit class that I did, it shows that we actually went through, to get to Arsarit, we had to travel through that area. That's why you have Yucatan, because it's Joktan. So when you look at all of these things, like los voladores, this is the voladores, right? This is India with several synagogues. Look, this is in India. Ramuri, look, this is in the temples that we had. That's like the Krishna or Shiva, whatever, the 6 arms. Now, come to find out, I read it somewhere and I can't find that link, that it was an interpretation of the menorah, the 7, the 3 arms, the 6 arms in the head. So it's a lot of similarities. Nahuas of Yucatan, los voladores. See? Look, that's us. And there's only 2 nations of people that do this. Now, you ask people in Mexico, they don't even know where that comes from. So that's what I'm saying. But we've been everywhere.
At that point,
and Israel is very idolatrous, bro. Like, why do you think we have like our mothers on their knees crawling all the way through from, like, I'm from Guadalajara. They go from let's say Colonia Miravalle all the way down to downtown San Diego. Los voladores de yeah, that's it, brother. That's it. And Mexico, yeah. And see, I never knew this, man. I never knew. Wait a minute, voladores in India, that they used to have that. Oh, it's crazy stuff, man. So all I'm doing is doing a connection between who Abraham was, how he was in those regions, and we have a lot of similarities in those costumbres and names of that region. So he put the 2 and 2 together, and he says they look more like him. And if you look at us, there's a lot of people in Mexico that look Arab, a lot of people in Mexico that look like him, a lot of people that look dark skin, light skin. We have it all. And all over the Americas, in Puerto Rico, in Aruba, in Mexico, in South America, in Peru, in Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, everywhere.
Can see that is when it digressed, and God was so angry that he split their languages. We read about in Genesis chapter 11, the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Babel. Well, go look up where it is. So, as I said, that you got to stop this chapter of ignorance, and you got to stop this cursing down, white people and calling them sons of Edomites, etc. They are not Edomites. Most of the white folks that you see in America and Europe, they are the sons of Japheth. What they got to do with Edom? Yes, if they had married into the ancient Edomites, then you could say, yes, some of them could be, but not all of them. So therefore, once again, you only demonstrate your ignorance of ancient history.
Damn. Hold on a second, sis.
And your arrogance of today by calling yourself what you're not and then putting other people down. That, by the way, is not permitted. What is permitted is that you can obey God, you can go to a rabbi.
Hey, this is why the scriptures say you should not abhor an Edomite. Why? Because it creates bitterness in your flesh. That's why. There's no other reason. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite because it's not about him. It's about you. It's about you. Japheth lived in the tents of Shem as the scriptures. Yeah, it did say that, right? So now, do I agree 100%? I came from the One West doctrine, remember? I came out of these rooms. So in a way, I'm still, in a sense, indoctrinated by that whole Edomite, theology, right? Because that's really what it is. But now I'm starting to dissect it a little bit more. So I'm listening to both ends because I believe MESHIACHA had mentioned it, that he believes that it was Japheth, Ham, and Shem. Japheth was white, Ham black, and then Shem the brown or red skin, right? Like that. I think that's what MESHIACHA had mentioned. So because there's a lot more things that are coming out now. Now that we're separating ourselves from these camps, like the white doctrine, indoctrination, we got to cleanse ourselves from those things. So all of a sudden now the eyes are starting to open up and I'm starting to see it more clearly. Lord willing, he allows me to go further into finding out who the true Edomites are. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% there yet.
You come to myself, you go to another rabbi who can convert you into the Torah, and you can obey God. You can become part of Israel. That is allowed. But what is not allowed is your, foul mouth in New York City's square, Chicago, foul mouth on the streets. That is not permitted. That is very, very bad, and it reflects really badly on every black person in America. It makes a stereotype that all the black people are the same. That's
and in a way, he's correct, but I don't care about that because they're not using the scriptures to what it truly should be. The scriptures is to dig ground, examine yourself if you're in the faith, so you don't be a reprobate. That's what your scriptures say: to be a man, to be a woman, to raise your children, to take care of your families, to be a community, to not rob, to not steal, to not kill. If we, us Latinos, can live like that, imagine that, brothers, because damn well we deal with cartel, gangs, and uncivilized, chaotic home. Because we all come from that. The natives and the so-called natives and the so-called Hispanics of the indigenous Americas, of the Americas, you guys, we suffer like that. And this is all we want. But yet they're out there in the corner yelling and screaming and saying the white man did it, 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 the white man did it. Yeah. You're right. Unless you was black. I've been having feelings also, but I'm a babe in this. It's all good, man. Don't even trip. Just stick around. It's the Most High is literally, the walk is long. The walk is long. It's not short. It's not a race. You got to have a pace. You got to know exactly. Yeah. We come at humility. We come at the scriptures with humility. You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because if you're given the opportunity to have so much power, why would the Most High deal with you if you, on the fleshy level, you can't even be humble enough to be like, man, all honor and praise and glory, because I don't deserve a kingdom as crappy as I was, bro. Seriously? It's like the prodigal son. Yo, listen, man, I am, Father, I'm really sorry. Can I just be the servant? Just a servant. That's the kind of contrite heart that you need to have. What do you mean all boastful? Like, yeah, F you, white man. You women need to get it together because We're the men. No, bro. If you're the leader, like a general, doesn't blame his troops. He takes responsibility. So it's our responsibility. Those are responsibilities. Yeah, Abuelita, bro. Yep. Let's see. I left IUIC idol worship of a black guy who looked like their bishop. Yeah. Yeah. I was actually part of them, man. I was part of IUIC almost 4 years. I became a soldier. They were da-da-da. And all I wanted to do was keep the commandments, man. That's why I had a lot of questions, but I'm like, I just want to keep the laws, bro. I don't want to start ruckus. I just want to keep the laws because I'm so destroyed. I just want to keep the laws. That was all I had in mind. I just wanted to keep the laws. I just wanted to keep the laws. Well, let me see. Says, what you got? Would you believe that through a sister, someone from NY and IUIC called me here at Aruba to become part of them? No. Yeah, they do that stuff. But you know what? Here's what happens. This is true. And you probably know this true if you actually were so quote unquote ranked. If you are a man of rank, you have to give alms. You have to give money. You cannot not go without it. Wanted knowledge, but left out of place. Yeah, bro. Listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Looks right here. Look, this right here, right? So I have I dealt with alcohol for a long time, right? So I'm considered like an alcoholic, and I'm not a practicing alcoholic, right? So I was sober 3 years when I went in, and I told them, hey, listen, I don't want to drink, da 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 da. Bro, they did almost everything where I could fall into drinking again. I became an alcoholic again. Literally, I dealt with alcohol until I literally left. When I left, about maybe 3-4 months in, the Most High was like starting to really like, hey man, I'm gonna kill you if you don't get it together. And then when I stopped drinking, the classes began. This was literally in June of this year. Again, I went in there thinking they're gonna watch over me. I asked one of their leaders, listen, bro, I don't know. Okay, same Sabbath. Yeah. Well, we'll get into that. Check it. I remember going into them sincerely saying, I need some help, man. I need some help, bro. I'm dealing with alcohol and da 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 da. At the end of the day, you know what they said? Well, you got to fix it yourself. You got to fix it yourself. Oh, I drank the first Sabbath in the parking lot. Yeah. Well, listen, this walk, the Most High, look, the Most High put me through AA. I don't go to those rooms anymore, but he put me through AA in order to soften me up to this truth. Because if I would have found out about the truth when I was in that state of mind of alcoholism, bro, I would have never heard it ever, man. So it's a walk. It's the walk, brothers. It's the walk. Let's finish this video. And then we'll be done. I appreciate y'all staying in with me, man. Let's go.
It's a bad stereotype. So you need to stop these actions with all these different groups. I don't know, they have all these labels, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, United Church of Christ, and then there's others. There's so many of these groups that potentially are misleading the people, misteaching them, and generating hatred against the people they live with, which is, again, as I said, not a good thing. Should stay away from that. So therefore, as I explained, now what is a Jew today, 2017? Most of you have seen Jews today. You've seen the Ashkenazi in Europe. You have seen, go look up Brahma. So therefore, ancient people, Jews. But when you go towards the Middle East, you see a lot of Jews, my skin tone, not like me. Same like me, no different to me. In Yemen, no different to me. In dress code, wearing Middle Eastern type dresses. So therefore, that gives you a little bit brief history of our people. Therefore, as I explained, that Sarah, Abraham's wife, was called Sarai, and we have a history of somebody in India called Saraswati. So Saraswati, go look it up, who she was. Go look up Brahma. So therefore, ancient people, what they did, they took the name of their god upon themselves. That's why we got Abram instead of something else from Brahma. And this is why we have, for instance, we have our God, the God of Israel. As you know, Yud and He, Wa and He. So we have Yeshayahu.
I think that's it. That's pretty much. I think we get the point, like these guys. So let's go back and just kind of like reference what they're saying.
Ethiopia, Nigeria, then it is 99.9% likeliness that you're a Hebrew. You're a chosen person of the Most High
A few moments later.
You guys do not deserve to be called Hebrews because, I look more like a Hebrew than you. Anyhow, listen, family, I love y'all very much, man. I'm telling you, I stay sober, bro.
Okay. Real quick, before I forget, I'm going to show you guys some examples of what he was talking about. He says Sarwati and then Brahma, right? Remember he said that, okay? All right, and I'm also going to bring, just real quick, mostly referencing, we're not going to read. Just going to finish it up with this and then a couple videos. So here we have a book called Anacalypsis, an attempt to draw aside the veil of Sadic Isis, or an inquiry into the origin of languages, nations, and religions, right? So he's talking about a variety of things. He's also getting into the languages and stuff like that, okay? Be mindful. We're just going to go here. I couldn't remember exactly what page, so I had to search it. It's right here. It's on page, again, this is volume 1, I believe. Yeah, this is volume 1, page 387. And it says, we are told the father Abraham originally came from an eastern country called Ur of the Chaldees or Kuldees to dwell in a district called Mesopotamia. So, from where the, here, I'll show you. I'll write it down exactly how it is. Ur of Chaldeans, okay? Or maybe I'll do this. Where exactly is this place? Ur of Chaldees map. See? So Ur of Chaldees is right here. Okay? You click it. Since they're going to allow me, hopefully they don't charge me. So here we see Ur of Chaldees. Right there. Okay? Ur of Chaldees. All right? It says, so Eastern call, so we are told that Terah, that's the father Abraham, originally came from an eastern country called Ur of Chaldees or Kuldees to dwell in a district called Mesopotamia. Sometime after he had dwelt there, Abraham or Abram, because remember, we changed our name. That's the concept of you changing your name. You're repenting. You're letting go of the old you. For example, my legal name is Cesar, but I'm Joshua or Yoshea or Hosea, but better known Yoshea Yahu. Yahu is the last name. That's why it's a commandment. Don't take that name in vain, meaning like it's not important. Very important. That's the name. That's your last name. That's your father's name, right? So it's the same concept here. Abraham or Abram or Brahma. Oh, shit. This is an older book, by the way. It's not a new one. It says, and his wife Sarah or Sarai or Sarah Izwati left their father's family and came into Canaan. If the letter A be changed, the metathesis from the end of the word Brahma to the beginning, as is very often practiced in the Oriental language, we shall have correctly Abram. Or the A might be only emphatic Chaldee article, making the Brahman or Brahmin. The word Swati in the second name is now said to be merely a term of honor, like Lady Sarah. The identity of Abraham and Sarah with Brahma and Saraiswati was first pointed out by the Jesuit missionaries. Oof. He wasn't lying, dude. Now, in the same writer, but volume 2, and Anacalypsis is an attempt to draw aside the veil of the Sadic Isis. Volume 2. Check this out. They have a very interesting outlook on the laws of the Mexicans. This is on page 21. It says, I must now draw my reader's attention to perhaps the most curious of all subjects here to discuss, and that is the history of Mexico and Peru, which is why they take a interest in what and how and the way that we managed. But you realize that this is the same writer talking about history. In the same breath, you are more than welcome to go to AIC Archive and get this book and read certain aspects. Just fucking search Mexican and just get into it. Look, page 23. But one solution offers itself from all the difficulties and mysteries which seem to be inseparable from the study of the ancient monuments, paintings, and mythology of the Mexicans. And that is the presence of the Jews in the New World. Now, this is not a book that I've read. I'm not going to lie. You know what I mean? I haven't read this one, nor the volume 1, but I've looked through it, okay? So I suggest for you guys to check it out. And it says here, had his lordship said the Judaic mythos, he would have been right. For nothing can be more clear than that it is all substantially there and most intimately mixed, actually amalgamated, he might have added, with the Christians. The similarity between the Jews, Christians, and South Americans is sufficiently striking, but there is yet something to be still more so, which is that several of the doctrines which I have advocated in this work, unknown to the vulgar Jews and Christians of this day, are to be found in Mexico. Hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Their true God, their creator, is called by the name of Yao and Hum. Yao. In case you don't know that, it's IAO as well. And this represents the way that it's not, they don't know how to pronounce it. Yahoo. So Yah. They say Yao. That's the only way they can actually comprehend the pronunciation. They don't speak Hebrew. Yao. For example, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. It's the breath of life. Lord Kingsborough says, Home Iyaka, which signifies the place in which exists the creator of the universe, of the first cause, to whom they gave the name of Hom Eteuli, which means the God of the threefold dignity, or three gods, the same as Ol Omris, and by another name, Hom Akan, that is to say, the place of Holy Trinity. I don't know if they're saying it right, to be honest with you. Like, I don't trust them. But, you know, I guess they're doing their best. Here it gets really interesting because I've talked about Sagahun. Sagahun says the Mexicans had a god the same as Bacchus called Ometeucli. Here is clearly Bacchus by his name, who is called, it says, which was the name of Jesus Christ, called the desire of all nations. The Om Nual of Isaiah here in the Teut, we have not only whatever that is in Greek of the Greeks, but we have the Teut Ates of the British Druids. So as you can see, here, let me just continue reading. And the Thoth of Egypt and the Buddha of India under the name Tat. But it is explicitly said in several other places that the god was called Yao. Okay? This is of the Mexicans. Now, I'm going to blow your fucking minds up right now. Matter of fact, let me move it here. Wow. You guys that stuck around, dude, I think you're going to appreciate it. You that stuck around, you're going to appreciate it. Come on, bro. Can you please move this way? Hold on, family. Oh, come on, dude. Okay. My God. Oh, wow, that's weird. Okay. So for some reason, when I go to this page, I can't move it. All right. I don't know why. Whatever. I'll work with it. Remember the name. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Remember the name. Damn, bro. A bunch of y'all left. Was I that boring and shit? Ooh, I love it. I love Berg. Anyways, check this out. It says, but it is explicitly said in several other places that the God was called Yah. Right? Yah. Yah. And can anyone doubt that here are the remains of an ancient system? So as you can see, we're talking about a similarity between the Jews and the Mexicans, okay? Right? And Sagahun mentioned the name of God that we knew him of as Yah or Yah. Okay? Remember that. All right? I don't want to lose you guys, brothers. I don't want to lose you because I'm going to show you this right now. Okay? This is Diodorus Siculus. You guys all know him because even the Wabos, BHIs, and those old world believers like to use him. They like to say that, oh, look, this guy Diodorus Siculus, he's the one that provided the history of an island being over here, away from Africa. This is who they run to. All right, and I apologize for this. I think I know what's going on. For this to be running slow. Okay, let me see if I can speed it up. Hold on, I'm going to do it again. So we are familiar with this man because I've showed this to you guys before. This is regarding Diodorus Siculus, where he's discussing an island that lies in the Pillars of Hercules, in the ocean. This is where they get the concept of Atlantis, okay? All right? You follow me? So Diodorus Siculus, Greek historian, blah, 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 all that stuff. All right? Hold on. Let me go small again. What the hell? Can't be that small. Oh, I guess, yeah, man, I'm blind. All right, so now I'm going to show you that name, where it belongs to. Okay? I'm going to show you. Okay. This is on Diodorus Siculus, section 1.94.1. He says, we must speak also of the lawgivers who have arisen in Egypt. Right? So he's talking about different people here. Now, watch what he says right here. Remember the name. Remember the name. Remember the name. You that stuck around. That we also knew our Creator's name by Yah. Diodorus Siculus, who was born around 60 BC, wrote this. He said himself. Come on, bro. Let me go back to that. He said, among other things, he said, and among the Jews, Moses, referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yah. I-A-O. Okay? Anacalypsis, Volume 1. Again, it's moving slow. Sorry, Volume 2. Anytime now. Okay? Page 23 says that the Mexicans also had a god and they called his name Yao. Y-A-O. And the Jews called his name Yao. I-A-O. You guys can't fuck with this shit here. I don't know why you even... I don't even know why you waste your time. You see the similarity? I'm not making this up. Okay? It's literally telling you this is not the only place where you can see that name Yao. I got more documentation to prove that. But since we were mentioning Abraham or the Brahmins, Abraham, Hebrews, then obviously I had to prove my point. Do you understand what we're dealing with now? Do you understand why now they hate who you are and envy everything about you? We went to, again, this book here. We read up to 15 pages. It's not very long, so I'll probably end up reading it with you guys in the next class just to get through it, and then we'll continue with the topic. The book is called, printed in 1801, by the way, and it's called An Essay of the Propagation of the Gospel, in which there are numerous facts and arguments adduced to prove that many of the Indians in America are descendants from the 10 tribes. Look, I'll finish this. I'll finish it with one more book and some videos, okay? This is from a book called Exquisito Histórica sobre la aparición de la Virgen María. All right? So this book helps us understand and prove that the falsehood of the apparition of the Virgin Mary, that shit was not real. It's just fake as hell. They lie to you guys, and I don't know why you still believe it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a fact. So now, but that's not the point. Listen to this right here, okay? I want you to understand why these conquistadors did what they did. All right? You hear me? It says here, page 51, los españoles no creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto a la aparición y tampoco en lo que expresaba Juan Bernardino, porque para ellos los indios eran seres irracionales o judíos. Excuse me? Yeah, you were irrational and Jews. You were irrational and Jews. Y se necesita que el Papa Pablo III lo sacara de su error por medio de su breve el 10 de julio de 1537, en el cual declaró que los indios eran seres humanos, lo mismo que los conquistadores. Okay, so check this out. So he's saying that, you know, first of all, they can't imagine that Juan Diego had that image of a Virgin Mary. They don't believe that shit, okay? First, and because also these Indians were irrational and they were Jews. They were Jews. Do you understand what's going on? Okay. Now it says, Fray Pablo Belmont, español y franciscano de Querétaro, escribió que el último tercio del siglo XVIII, que la causa que los indios fueron tan maltratados por los españoles, watch this, era la etimología que la palabra judíos, porque antiguamente la J era una I latina. So the J was an I, y que la palabra judío se escribía indio. So the only difference between judío and indio was the J was an I and the U was flipped upside down. Que con el transcurso del tiempo la U se volteó a convertir en la N y resulta indios. Y decían los conquistadores, indio vuelto a la N, de arriba, de abajo, quiere decir judío. So now this is why he says, another reason why they should justify it, right? Because, y podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda, porque son hermanos, escúcheme bien, porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. Do you understand now? They're saying that they could do this to us no matter what because we are the brethren that murdered our brother, Jesus. That's what they're saying. We can treat them this way because they killed their brother, Jesus. That means that we are the Jews. This is in Spanish, by the way. And also this book, again, it's more really focused on debunking the Virgin Mary bullshit. This book really debunks it all. He says, si podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. Crónica de los Santos Apóstoles San Pedro y San Pablo de Michoacán. Find that book on volume 2, page 357. Now, you're only going to find the N and the U talked about. You're not going to find the whole concept that we are brethren of the Messiah. Then it says, según la creencia que los españoles tenían de los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego. So that's, again, this dude, we can go deep into this. This page right here just totally destroys, the concept of the Virgin Mary, destroys the ideology or beliefs of all of these other nations that they're supposedly Hebrews, and completely spits on the fucking wobble mentality. Huh? No, not yet. I'm almost done. So here, I'm going to finish it with this. Zumarraga apenas pudo en 2 años, 15 días, construir una ermita en Tepeyac para su imagen. Temía la burla de los conquistadores que le dirían que no debían ayudar a la construcción de un templo que no tenía más fundamento que el cuento de un indio de Tolpetlac. Murió el inquisidor. So I'll pause there. So basically they're saying like, dude, Zumarraga was even afraid of these guys making fun of him because the conquistadors were like, dude, that shit didn't appear to them. Are you out of your mind? You see what I'm saying, family? So unless you really know the no, then you don't know the no. You know? I'm trying to be funny. Anyways, all right. So let me finish off with these videos here real quick. Hold on a second. Let me finish off with these videos real quick. Thank you, bro, for sending me that, man. I appreciate it. Let me show you this real quick. Pay at 5.
Speaking of K,
5:14, he said this right here. 5:14. Check this out. And then like a minute in, I believe. Right? I think so, bro. Hey, brother, can you explain how to repent to the Most High if there is a certain way? Yeah, I'll explain it. Give me a second. Old Hebrew is the closest language related to Nahuatl. Yes, it is. Your work is appreciated. Thank you, bro. Saludos, Mexica. Gracias for sharing our knowledge. Yes, sister, of course. And he's like, damn. Yeah. All right, so let's play this.
Please tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We're always the good guys too, right?
Yes.
But there's multiple stories with different Native American tribes that add to this story of Bigfoot-like creatures coming in and stealing women and children.
Mm-hmm.
Why women and children?
I don't know.
The tastiest.
This one's a little, it's probably PG-13, but one Native American tribe they talked about, which is very interesting actually, because it aligns a lot with the Israelites during the Old Testament of the laws, when a woman was going through that time of the month, they were sent to the edge of camp in a way because they were considered unclean.
Yeah.
And they noticed that a lot of these Bigfoot creatures would come and take the women during that.
Interesting.
Very old school.
Yeah. Also, you could say very biblical in the sense of that's what the Israelites did.
Damn, bro. Thank you, dude. Hold on, bro. I gotta give you that one.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
I gotta give you this one, bro.
MESHIACHA.
Yes, sir. Hold on a second.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
See what I'm saying? There's a lot of us fighting out there, bro.
Emplumada, bien picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
See what I mean? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Thank you for that, man. This is good. This is actually good.
In a way, because they're
Ties in with the video with the class.
considered unclean.
Yeah.
And they noticed that a lot of these Bigfoot creatures would come and take the women during that.
Interesting.
Very old school.
Yeah. Also, you could say very biblical in the sense of that's what the Israelites did.
Some would say primitive.
Okay. Well, God commanded it. So
The good old days, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah. What else can you say? But that, I mean, shit, man. If this isn't enough to make you feel good, I don't know what is. The name Yao and the name Yao. Theodorus Aquinas talked about it, and Godfrey talked about it. How the Israelites call their God Yao, and how the Mexicans call their God Yao. I mean, I brought out so much information that our brothers that are out there doing their teaching too can definitely use. I'll show you one more time. Let me see if I can get this. There you go, right there. This is on section, I believe, 1.94.1. Once again, it says that, and among the Jews, Moises referred his laws to the God who is invoked as Yao. Okay? Y-A-O. And Apocalypse, page 23, says that the Mexicans, that the God was called Yao. How can anyone believe that the Jews would carry all these recondite matters to Mexico, even if they did at any time, and that they would amalgamate them all together as we have them here? So as you can see, you have a lot to feel good about.
Watch this clip with me.
I'm gonna play this clip, and then I'm gonna help you real quick, brother, with the question, okay? Oh shit! Look, what's up, Sis? Good to have you here.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
I like that. All right, so let's listen into this. Once again, you should be very happy with your heritage, but there is work involved that comes behind knowing that. And it's not about being boastful or feeling better than other people. You never look down on anybody, and you never look up. You always see them eye to eye. That's the way the scriptures talk. Let's go.
Let me just give you a wake-up call here. Everything I'm about to say is absolutely true. And if you doubt anything that I'm saying, you have a computer, you have a search engine, you have access to the internet, you can go verify everything I'm saying. Israel, modern Israel, is the abortion capital of the world. In Israel, you can kill the baby in the womb of the mother up until the very moment that that baby is born. Up until the very moment of delivery, you can legally kill that baby. And not only that, the Israeli government will pay for the abortion of every Israeli woman. Full-term abortions.
You see, that's the narrative that the Republicans use to blame Democrats, that their abortion laws are based off of that. Not that I agree with them, of course not. But you see the rhetoric where it comes from. You see the rhetoric where it comes from. You see, for every accusation is a admission. So when people insult you, it's just an admission of who they are. And like, for example, if you have no reason to attack somebody and they just start calling you names, it's because that's who they are. That's how they feel about themselves. You understand? Let's go.
Paid for by the state of Israel. Do we hear anything from the Family Research Council, Focus on the Family, or any other so-called conservative Christian pro-life, pro-family organization about Israel being the abortion capital of the world? Anything about, they talk about Democrats, they talk about pro-abortion this candidate, pro-abortion that politician, pro-abortion this, pro-abortion that. Yet, when it comes to the abortion capital of the world, Israel, they will say nothing. Hypocrites to the core. It's because they have an agenda. And the agenda is lining their own pockets with the money that they receive from Zionist donors. And the Zionist donors give them that money so they will keep their mouths shut. And that's exactly what they do. But it doesn't end there. Tel Aviv, not San Francisco, is the homosexual capital of the world. Did you know that? Check it out. Tel Aviv is the homosexual capital of the world. Israel is the mafia crime capital of the world. Israel is the sex trafficking capital of the world. Jeffrey Epstein is just one of many Mossad agents involved in sex trafficking for the purpose of bribing powerful politicians all over the world. Israel is the warfare capital of the world. Most of the wars that America has been involved in since World War II has been directly because of Israel. For all intents and purposes, America's military is a proxy army for Israel. We are fighting Israel's wars, Israel's so-called enemies. Israel is the genocide capital of the world. Do you know that since Israel became a state in 1948, over 5 million Palestinians have been killed by Zionist Israel? 5 million. That's a genocide. Yet Hagee and his ilk would tell us that the Ashkenazi Khazarian Jews, most of whom are atheists, living in Palestine today, are God's chosen people. Really? Are you beginning to see the fallacy of it all? Are you beginning to see the foolishness of it all? Are you beginning to realize that somebody is trying to distort truth and propagandize and cause us to believe something that is in direct violation to everything that is of God and everything that is of our Constitution?
Now you can understand the propaganda. Now you can understand the propaganda, okay? I just posted to you guys a couple of books that I was going to share, but I think you guys should consider downloading them. The Gazetteers of the Old and New Testament, okay? Jesus in America, that's another one. El Decreto de Napoleón. If you have a hard time finding it, let me know. I can direct you to where you need to buy the book, because the links, PDF, you're not going to get. The book I showed you guys earlier was Anacalypsis, Volume 1, and also Volume 2 by Higgins. And then it's an attempt to draw aside the veil of the Sadic Volume 1. Let me see what else. And then James Adair. It says Archive History of the American Indians. And then the last one was the 10 Tribes Historically Identified by Barbara Simmons. I hope you guys can see that. I hope you guys can hear that. So anyways, let's see what else we got. Other than that, I think I didn't forget anything else. Oh, hold on. No, I showed that. No, I think that's pretty much it, man. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah. I want to share this with y'all. Remember Genesis 2:7? our people have an understanding of the breath of life. Let the sister explain it, and then we'll call it a night. Let's go.
Los mexicas no creían en el alma, creían en algo mucho más profundo, que se llama el aliento de vida. Ahora te explico. La palabra alma viene de la palabra ánima, que significa movimiento. Por eso conocemos palabras como animal, animado, animación, y tiene que ver con todo aquello que se mueve, que tiene vida. Para los mexicas, el cuerpo no era una cárcel, era un territorio vivo, y se dividía en 3 formas de aliento. El primero es el ijillot, que es lo que hace que las cosas tengan vida, impulso, fuerza, aquello que hace que las cosas tengan su esencia. Todo lo que huele y sabe, por ejemplo, el sabor de una naranja, el sabor de una manzana, lo que caracteriza a una cosa, su esencia. El segundo, tonali, el calor interno, la fuerza vital, eso que te da carácter. Antes se decía que este calor entraba por la cabeza y al morir se escapaba por el cabello. El tercero, teyolia, que es la conciencia del corazón. No pensar con la mente, sino con el corazón. No somos un cuerpo con algo adentro. Somos calor que proviene del sol, aliento en movimiento y un corazón que pulsa. Eso es estar vivo.
That's the mind, the spirit, and the flesh. It's the way it works. It's the way it's always worked. Again, it's the way it works for you Hebrews in the Americas. I hope you appreciate the information I provided. I did share with you a lot, lots of books. Hopefully I didn't lose you all. Hopefully it makes a lot of sense. And then that maybe y'all can just come around and starting to be inquisitive about your own history. Okay? Because remember, keep in mind that the whole story, idea that we got light skin because Europeans came, that's bullshit. All of that shit is a lie. We were already light skinned. We were dark skinned, light skinned, you know what I mean? We were albinos. Some of us had these what do you call it? That skinned issue where, like my tia, she's albino on my mom's side. My uncle, he's got patches of white all over his skin. My mom didn't suffer from that. But this is not uncommon. But when they teach us, supposedly make us believe that we were uncivilized and dark before the Spaniards came and civilized us, then that's one narrative. Or if they stick to the narrative that we were dark, then you go with the wobbleism and say, oh, you see what I'm saying, fam? So be mindful, be careful, but be vigilant, be diligent and vigilant. Because you know what I'm saying? That roaring lion, that beast is always trying to get you, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, fam, let me see if I can, hold on. Play a couple songs. What time is it? 8:43. I'll probably play music for 15 minutes. And then we'll call it a day. Give me a moment. Hold on. I got some new ones. I want to share these new ones with y'all. We'll start right here. I like this one. You guys have a good night. Appreciate you being here, fam. Thanks for your support.
Qualitonali. Escucha, desde el ombligo del cerro late la voz. Ay. Nica nica, tlayitlen no yoyo, pisando fuerte, tlaxinoli en el ojo. Nican huevo, el sencahuelli sonido. Cada golpe mis abuelos contigo. Paso lento, tropa en la neblina. Camanagua suena, vibra la colina. Soy raíz, soy volcán que respira. Soy el grito que en la piedra se afila. Más chiquita digo, mira lo que traigo. Lengua vieja con colmillo no me caigo. Entre concreto sigo hablando con el maíz. La soca mati sigo firme, sigo aquí. La yeyan güey, bom bom bom. Campa torneo, animits, la
Wait, hold on, bro. Fuck, I forgot. My bad, man. Ah, shit. I apologize. Hold on a second, brother. Hold on. Where were you at? You said, brother. Okay, so okay. Hey brother, can you explain how to repent to the Most High if there's a certain way it should be done? All right. So let me go here first to show you an example. Maybe you're still listening. But I don't like, I've never been landscaping or anything like that. That's not my daily job. But I like raising plants. I've been really getting into it again, you know. Since I was little, I used to do that, obviously, but I didn't do it for a living. But I like to get in the ground. I like to get my hands dirty. I don't mind. Okay. And one thing I learned is that when you try to plant a tree, right, you have to obviously dig through the dirt. But then there's like about 1 foot of dirt, gravel, whatever. And then there's like stuff underneath. Or even on top of the main dirt that you're trying to work through, there's a lot of rocks. So I learned that in order for the root of the tree to really settle, you got to get rid of all those rocks, all that clay matter, or they call it clods in the Bible. Okay? So let me give you this example. All right? And I'm going to read it to you more in this way. It says here, I will attack this sinful people and punish them. Nations will join together against them and they will be punished for their many sins. All right? Then it says, Israel was once like a well-trained young cow, ready and willing to thresh the grains. But I decided to put a yoke on her beautiful neck and to harness her for harder work. I made Judah pull the plow, Israel pull the harrow. Okay? And then it says, I said, plow new ground for yourselves. So here you can identify that the Most High was going to put some challenges on you. And you know, that seems to happen to all of us when we are really effing up and we have to sit back and reflect like, what the fuck? Everything goes bad. Things go bad for you. It's like it's not working for you, right? So let me read it in King James because I'm more used to it in King James. I apologize. So let me read it this way. It is in my desire that I should chastise them and the people shall be gathered against them, right? So you have all of these other nations or obstacles against you. When they shall bind themselves in their 2 furrows. Now, when you go planting, like, you know, that 2 furrow, that's that V shape, right? When you break the ground and you're ready to plant, okay? Then it says, Ephraim is a heifer that is taught and loveth to tread out the corn, but I passed over her fair neck. I will make Ephraim to ride, Judah shall plow, and Jacob, meaning together, shall break his clods. So you're asking, how do I repent? Plowing within your own dirt, meaning you have to examine yourself. You have to start reflecting on the stuff that you ignore, the things you don't want to face, the shit that you've done in the past, the pain that you have caused in other people, whatever, in yourself, whatever things you regret about you. Like, you don't want to dig into that. You just bury it underneath, whatever. So what ends up happening when you do that? Sow yourselves in righteousness, reap in mercy, break up your fallow ground. Fallow ground means dry dirt. Dry dirt is all broken up. Nothing can grow. And that's because when we bury our sins, regrets, anger, resentment, all the shit that we've done wrong, we don't get rid of it. We just hide it. We just hide it. You know what I mean? We don't work on it. That's why it talks about like this whole concept of harvesting. Sow yourselves in righteousness, meaning like, you know, plant good seed, reap in mercy, break up the fallow ground. For it is time to seek the Lord till he come and rain righteousness upon you. Keep in mind that when it comes to sincere repentance, that's why it says a contrite heart. Hold on. Contrite. There we see on Psalms 51:17, the sacrifice of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. So you have to be sincere about your repenting. What are you repenting from? Who did you hurt? What did you do? Now, you don't got to say it to nobody. You live with it. You live with it every fucking day. You stress over it every fucking day. Those are the things that hold you back from becoming a better man, right? Because you still have them kind of like there. You got to break that cloud. You got to face that shit. You got to give that to the Most High. You got to give those things to him. To be like, listen, I can't deal with this no more. Like I can't deal with it no more. I don't know how to deal with it. Please, Lord, please, Father, help me overcome this, whatever that pain is, whatever that thought is, whatever that memory is, whatever that anger is. Because by the thought of you wanting to repent, that means that none of those issues are even deeply rooted. They're just becoming memories. Remember, keep in mind that your mind is like a computer, right? You can program it. So can other entities. That's why you have to be in control of your spirit. When you have control of your spirit, you can control your mind. That's, there's a lot involved in that, what I'm saying. But this is one way to look at it. I'm going to give you one more so you can see what I mean. And again, these are all metaphoric, but I like them because it really makes sense because we see these things all around us, okay? Now watch this. Leviticus 19:23 says, and when ye shall come into the land and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then shall ye count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten of. So let's say we're talking about harvesting. We're talking about planting. We're talking about dirt and seed and water, and all that, and trees and stuff like that. Here it says that, look, once you get in the land and you plant the tree and that shit grows, the first 3 years, that's uncircumcised, that's unclean. It's like you. So this repenting process takes time. It's not overnight. It's not in a one-day project. It's not like write it down. Let me do a personal inventory. Here's where I'm bad and here's where I'm good. And once I figure it out, it's over. No. It's like you have to reflect on it every single day because more things are going to show up. That's why the fruit for the tree, the first 3 years, is unclean. Then it says, but in the 4th year of all the fruit thereof shall ye be holy to praise. Shall be holy. I'm sorry. But on the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. So, like, for example, on the 4th year, once you start work, and again, these are like just timelines, doesn't have to be exact, but I'm saying it's a long process. There'll come a time, let's say in your 4th or 5th year of really going through this repenting process, because you have to be serious about it, right? This is not a joke. This is real shit, right? 4th, 5th year, maybe you start changing. People see that about you. You'll start giving good fruit because now you can taste it yourself. See, the first 3 years you thought you could be good. Nah, somebody has to tell you. The first 3 years of this process of changing are going to be shitty, man. It's like you're what do you call that thing called? You're detoxifying. You know what I'm saying? So all of the stuff is nasty. So it's a process. You're a tree. You got to give yourself time. So do you have to give other people around you time. But you can't rush them. Nor can you rush yourself. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. Now check this out. The best part is this. In the 5th year, ye shall eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. So in the 5th year, meaning like it takes time. But by that time, you'll be able to give some good fruit, some good knowledge. You'll start reflecting back like, damn, fuck, man, now it'd be easier for you to talk about your problem because it's like it doesn't faze you no more at all. Like you totally understand exactly what needs to be done. There is one more, I think. This one, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, is it 31? I'll give you this one too. 1 Corinthians 15:31. I protest by rejoicing which I have in Christ Jesus our Lord, or the Meshiach our Lord. I die daily, which means you have to do this every day. Today, whatever you did your best. Don't carry that tomorrow. I learned something from somebody, I can't remember who, but they said to me, if you're living today by thinking of tomorrow, then today is already yesterday. Remember that. If you're living today thinking of tomorrow, then today is already yesterday. You know that old saying, yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today is the present, stuff like that. So again, if you're living today thinking of tomorrow, today is already yesterday, so you're not in the moment. So that's why it says, I die daily. You got to be in the moment. If you really mean it, you got to do it and change it. Look up some things called personal inventory. What's it called? It's under psychology. It gives you a list of all your bad traits and your good traits, and you go down and start marking them left and right. I mean, look, I could talk about this all night, but I don't want to, bro, because honestly, I've been here like 3 hours and change. But I hope that answers your question, bro. I really appreciate the question, really, man. I don't get asked those questions. I actually hardly ever. I get a lot of hate on this channel, which I guess it's understandable, to some extent, but, whatever. Anyway, so let me go ahead and say this real quick. All right, so East West Sider, wow, I like that. Brother 1958 Impala said, awesome. Buenas noches a todos. Everyone have a blessed weekend. I'm trying to learn, G. Appreciate you. Fire, appreciate you, sis, too. Elbow cob, what is that? I don't even know what that. Sometimes they don't even show the emojis on or the memes, whatever they call those things. Good night. What happened? Yeah, I know. I forgot to answer him the question. I'm walking around saying shit in my chest. I'm here at work till 11. Keep going. Oh, it's all good, bro. I hope you make it home safe, man. You know how sometimes, bro, on the weekends, man, shit. It's like the worst, bro. People be drinking and driving and shit. Passing red lights when they're not supposed to. I know about that. Trust and believe I know about that. All right, fam. Have a good night. I'm going to play a couple songs and we out.
Esta tierra no solo se pisa, se lleva en la sangre.
Nacimos del barro, del maíz, del fuego antiguo y de una memoria
que nunca pudieron borrar. Aunque quisieron arrancarnos el origen, la tierra sagrada sigue hablando.
En cada herida,
en cada canto,
en cada latido.
Traigo barro en la garganta y el jaguar en la mirada. Mi palabra viene vieja, viene bien desenterrada. De pirámides calladas, de la piedra y del machete. De la raza que hizo historia con el hambre de jinete. No soy moda de vitrina ni souvenir pa'l turismo. Soy la voz de los abuelos respirando en este ritmo. Traigo el surco en la memoria, la obsidiana en intención. Y una patria bien herida retumbando en el pulmón. De Tenochtitlán al barrio del fogón, al pavimento de la milpa al callejón. Donde sobrevive el viento, somos hijos de la lluvia, del maíz y del desvelo. Con los pies sobre la tierra y el coraje viendo al cielo. Aquí el sol pega macizo, pero más pega la historia. Cada cicatriz del pueblo viene escrita en la memoria. Nos quisieron arrancar el origen de un solo tajo, pero el árbol de esta tierra creció firme desde abajo.
Tierra sagrada, sangre pesada, voz ancestral en la ciudad maltratada. Somos del lodo, del fuego y del canto.
Si cae uno se levantan un chingo en el asfalto.
Tierra sagrada, vibra enterrada, furia del pueblo jamás arrodillada. Traigo a mi raza sonando en el pecho.
pecho. Yo vengo de una cultura que no cabe en un museo, que sigue viva en la calle, en la cocina y el deseo. En la jefa que trabaja con el alma bien partida y aún así le da a sus hijos media fuerza para la vida. En el barrio está el pasado respirando entre la gente, en el nopal, en el rezo, en la mirada del valiente, en el danzón de los viejos, en el son y en la marimba, en el puño que no tiembla cuando la injusticia brinca. No me hables de conquista como si ya estuviera muerto. Si aún camina entre nosotros todo el pulso del desierto, todo el canto de la sierra, todo el trueno del tambor, toda abuela que en silencio nos sembró fuerza y valor. Somos mezcla de ceniza, de deidad y de metralla, de la herida que no llora, de la voz que nunca falla, de la noche en los altares del copal y la avenida de esta tierra que se parte pero siempre sigue viva.
Y si preguntas quién soy,
soy la sombra de mis muertos
y el orgullo de mis vivos.
Soy un grito subterráneo,
soy el barro hecho sonido,
soy la memoria de esta tierra.
Rimando crudo y encendido.
Traigo barras con espinas, con sabor a realidad. No le canto a fantasías, le escupo a la falsedad. Porque el pueblo de mi tierra se hizo duro en la tormenta, con el hambre en los bolsillos, pero el alma bien violenta, violenta para resistirlo, para doblarse ante el patrón, para cuidar lo que es sagrado, aunque quiero ser que el ladrón. Porque aquí la dignidad no se presume, se defiende, y el que viene de los ancestros sabe bien de dónde asciende. Del templo hasta la esquina, desde el cerro a la unidad, hay un eco de los antiguos caminando en la ciudad. Somos tierra, somos trueno, somos rabia organizada, somos voces del pasado en una pista encabronada. Que no vengan a explicarnos lo que vale nuestra historia, si crecimos entre ruinas convirtiéndolas en gloria. Si nos dieron puro golpe y contestamos con aguante, con el pecho bien abierto y el espíritu gigante.
Tierra sagrada, sangre pesada, voz ancestral en la ciudad maltratada. Somos del lodo, del fuego y del canto.
Si cae uno se levantan un chingo en el asfalto.
Tierra sagrada, vibra enterrada, furia del pueblo jamás arrodillada. Traigo a mi raza sonando en el pecho.
México vive aunque el mundo lo mire deshecho.
Tierra sagrada,
maíz, piedra, sangre y memoria.
Si el mundo quiere enterrarnos,
que le quede claro,
nosotros nacimos
para volver desde la historia.
Escucha el huehuetle, retumba la tierra vieja, se alza el polvo, sangre seca, ya vuelven los que no duermen.
Camino descalzo, tierra en la lengua, tatuado en el hombro, el nombre que truena. Huesos al cuello, rezos que queman, mi sombra más larga que la luna llena. Iñuki ni mis lazos, sempo a las espinas, Dalit la Baji, rojo en las ruinas.
Quismatis.
Me grita la noche, vienes con miedo, vienes con Dios. Es mi abuelo, enterró cuchillos en el cerro, juró que el trueno sería nuestro perro. Ahora ladran los cielos cuando marcho lento, cada paso marca juicio en el viento.
Grito de los antiguos, se rompe el cielo cuando llamo. La de Kuliti Mitzita, la tierra abre su costado. Grito de los antiguos, tu nombre arde en mis manos. Jualillo, Jualí, guerrero, regresa al fuego sagrado.
Mira mis ojos, ven mis calendarios, rostros pintados, soles incendiados. incendiados, códices rotos, páginas en llamas, pero la historia sigue en mi garganta.
Y mi noche aplacaste el clavo clintali, susurra al suelo antes de alzar el hacha. Cada cicatriz es un mapa que arde, cada latido un tambor que no falla.
Tibia, tlateo y mi raza no cae, aun si sus piedras se vuelven cristales. Desde el ombligo del valle hasta el mar que muerde, nuestra palabra flecha que no se pierde.
Grito de los antiguos, se rompe el cielo cuando llamo. La teculitis mi cita, la tierra abre su costado. Grito de los antiguos, tu nombre arde en mis manos. Wally, oh Wally, guerrero, regresa al fuego sagrado.
Si preguntan quién soy, qué llevo, a dónde voy, de Tierra Santa. Soy de donde nací, donde voy a morir, mi Tierra Santa.
Hey. Yo soy la tierra, la sangre, los sueños, las ganas, el hambre, la luz en los ojos de mi santa madre. Hechos de barro, de rama, de viento, de hueche de carne, el sol cae en mi brazo por la tarde. Si preguntan quién soy mi tierra, curta de gobierno, de estafa, de guerra. Soy el hornero mostrando la sala, la vida, la muerte, la pluma y la bala. La soledad del rico, el sueño del pobre. La verdad es que el gobierno no se esconde, las huellas perdidas, el cuándo y el dónde. Ninguna dictadura va a poder borrar mi nombre, porque al futuro vengo de Tierra Santa. Latinoamericano llora, canta. Tengo la sonrisa celeste y blanca, si subo la mirada la luna se levanta. Yo voy al futuro, vengo de Tierra Santa. Latinoamericano llora, canta. Tengo una sonrisa celeste y blanca, si subo la mirada la luna se levanta. Mi cicatriz es mi historia, mi fama, mi gloria, mi pena por panas desaparecido, memoria. Va por los guachos, canales, puñetas, gurises, chapales, al mundo le tiembla el piso por la euforia. Busco la paz en Bolivia, la calle de Chile, me busco en invierno el agua ardiente de Colombia. Vengo del barrio del tango y llego al meridiano para borrar con la mano la línea divisoria. Si preguntan quién soy, qué llevo, a dónde voy, soy de Tierra Santa. Soy de donde nací, donde voy a morir, mi Tierra Santa. Si preguntan quién soy, qué llevo, a dónde voy, soy de Tierra Santa. Soy de donde nací, donde voy a morir. Yo vine al mundo a defender mi tierra, soy el salvador pacífico en la guerra, me voy a morir luchando. Estoy firme como un venezolano, soy Atacama, Guaraní, Cochabamba, Tucano. Si quieren tirarme el país, lo levantamos. Los indios construimos los imperios con las manos. Voy al futuro, vengo con mis hermanos de diferentes padres, pero no nos separamos. Soy el fuego del Caribe y un guerrero peruano. Le doy gracias a Brasil por el aire que respiramos. A veces pierdo, a veces gano, pero no es en vano morirme por la tierra que amo. Y si los de afuera preguntan cómo me llamo, mi nombre es latino y mi apellido americano. Si preguntan quién soy, qué llevo, a dónde voy, soy de Tierra Santa. Soy de donde nací, donde voy a morir, mi tierra santa. Si preguntan quién soy, que llevo a donde voy, soy de tierra santa. Soy de donde nací, donde voy a morir, mi tierra santa.
Mis cicatrices, mi historia, mi fama, mi gloria, mi pena por panas desaparecidos. Memoria.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Dearest Mexicans for Trump, you won't ever be white. You bought the bullshit propaganda and they got your life sight. Fourth Amendment violating my constitutional rights. Racial profiling's illegal, but they targeting my people. El nopal en la frente. This is for mi gente, born, raised in Los Angeles. Soy la represente. Country that's founded by immigrants, but still they do us dirty. I guess the white power decided we weren't worthy. So when you say white supremacy doesn't exist, I can help but notice they control all the politics. Your lame distraction to cover up, we ain't buying. Release the files you promised us, you lying about the island. Shit is getting messy, Epstein's bestie. Cover up for pedophiles, that's nasty. México, Ecuador, Colombia, El Salvador. Todos los países saben quién es la matadora. Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown owned businesses opening all across the planet.
Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown owned businesses opening all across the planet. America's nightmare is brown skin, black hair, brown eyes, black Glock 9 cause they don't fight fair. Cock it and loaded, whoever might dare to step inside my lair is getting shot right there. Despite their narrative, I'm a Native American, arrogant motherfucker that never cared about no president. The only ones I care about been dead for a long time. Dollar signs, racists hate me cause I get mine. These fucking nerds are really groupie to the government. They all full of shit, fuck Democrats and Republicans. They doing evil but use the Bible to cover it. They be like, praise Jesus, then go terrorize the public.
Yeah, they don't wanna see me pop my collar like a perk. Matter of fact, I'ma pop it like they pop Charlie Kirk. Most of us commit to work, and they treat us like we dirt. No justice, no peace, I'm leaving faces on a shirt. I ain't left, I ain't right, fuck them all with no Vaseline. I'm outside the White House with a match and some gasoline. Light it up and vanish like that list of Mr. Epstein. If Trump was in a room with a minor, he'll play some Al Green. The real enemies are small elite of billionaires. They need to all get waxed off like some pussy hairs. drag their body with a chariot down Times Square. They got money for war, but no health care. Fuck 'em, fuck 'em, fuck 'em.
Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown-owned businesses opening all across the planet.
Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown-owned businesses opening all across the planet.
Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown-owned businesses opening all across the planet.
Brown skin, brown eyes, brown in this liquor cabinet.
Brown-owned businesses opening all across the planet.
Damn, son, bring it back into the tango. It's loud beats. Yeah.
Yeah. Nos llaman indios. Yeah. Nos llaman indios como insulto. Mírate bien criollo. Llegaste con acero, viruela y despojo. No fue encuentro de mundos. Fue violación de territorio, vientres forzados, linajes rotos, memoria en el abandono. Le pusieron mestizaje al trauma repetido para que el crimen histórico pareciera con sentido. Quemaron códices, dioses, calendarios y luego dijeron que aquí no había civilización ni sabios. Trajeron la cruz con sangre todavía fresca, oro rumbo a Castilla, pueblos hechos mercancía. El maíz alimentó imperios que jamás sembraron y aún hoy viven del trabajo indígena que despreciaron. Se burlan del color, del guaracho y la lengua, pero su riqueza nace del sidor que niegan. Hablan de civilización desde tierras robadas, pero la raíz más pura sigue en la sierra olvidada. Presumen apellidos, linaje español, pero Oaxaca conserva lo que les falta hoy. No es orgullo blanco, es miedo a recordar que sin pueblos originarios no hay país que nombrar. País que nombrar. País que nombrar. País. Yeah, yeah. México no nació en 1521, ni en un palacio. Ya había ley, ciencia, escritura, observando el espacio. Olmeca, maya, zapoteca, mixteca. No eran tribus perdidas, eran naciones complejas. Pero el Estado aprendió a borrar con discurso. Todos mestizos para tapar el genocidio en curso. Te enseñaron a aullar tu piel y tu acento, a reírte del abuelo para encajar en el centro. Te dijeron, si vives en ciudad ya no eres indígena. Como si el concreto borrara la sangre que sigue viva. Mestizo no significa blesia ni negación, significa herida viva sin reparación. Se llaman blancos en un país de maíz. Aspiran a Europa mientras niegan su raíz. Hablan de pureza con la boca manchada, pero la continuidad genética vive en la comunidad marginada. No es atraso defender la tierra y el agua, atraso es repetir el mito que la élite propaga. La élite propaga. La élite propaga. La élite. El agua siguen vivos aunque lo borren del mapa. Purépechas resisten aunque el Estado les ataca. Potunarcas o comires más aguas de piel, aunque los llamen invasores en su propio Edén. Rara morir corriendo mientras les quitan la sierra. Yaquis masacrados por defender la tierra. Que soxiles, celtanes, choles y soques, criminalizados por lo vender sus montes. Mixas y tribis perseguidos por existir. Guerrero y Chiapas sangrando sin fin. Y limpieza sistemática, sin cámaras ni ruido. Primero matan la lengua, luego al individuo. Escuelas que castigan hablar la raíz. Medios que pintan al indígena como gris. Indígena pobre, sospechoso automático. Así funciona el racismo estructural y mediático. Le roban el nombre, el río y la historia. Y luego exigen silencio, olviden memoria selectoria. Se ríen del copal, del rezo y del telar, pero comen tacos y símbolos para lucrar. Folclorizan la cultura para el covista extranjero, pero ignoran al niño indígena muriendo primero. Celebran pirámides, niegan a la gente. Aman la piedra muerta, odian al viviente. Usan Día de Muertos con marca nacional, pero desaparecen vivos sin escándalo oficial. Hablan de vida con memoria mutilada, una patria levantada sobre sangre legada. Ser indígena no es disfraz ni museo, es presente vivo aunque les quena el espejo. La piel morena no es error ni retraso, es código antiguo sosteniendo el espacio. No me hablen de unidad, sin justicia real no hay nación. Sin verdad así, escucha, México, deja de huir de ti. No eres Europa aunque lo repitas 1000 veces así. Tu raíz es maíz, obsidiana y barro, no apellido importado ni linaje prestado. Deja de odiar al espejo que te formó, al indígena vivo dentro de tu voz. Mestizo no es blanqueamiento ni traición, es aceptar la herida y sanar la nación. Mientras el sistema borra, el pueblo recuerda. La sangre no se borra aunque la niegues entera. No somos atraso, somos continuidad. Para esos hispanistas que venden la tierra y la historia, que besan la mano blanca y le llaman memoria. Cambian maíz por corona, raíz por apellido. Se dicen herederos del que siempre fue invasivo. Yeah. Son traidores conscientes o el reflejo del colonizador. La misma voz del imperio hablando desde el interior. Defienden al colono, atacan al sobreviviente. Blanquean la conquista para no verse en la gente. No es amor a España, es desprecio a lo propio. Es negarse en el espejo y rezarle al odio. Bye, bye, esto, bye, esto. Bye, bye, esto, bye, esto.
Kings.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. You got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loon? What up, what up? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they trying to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown, but my flow too black. Come on, you're kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Mexica. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicas, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now I'm Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it, it'll be a modern day slang. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man? Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Milicia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien juido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el boy en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canala o en hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hablé de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Los machigones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ donde que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendario sin medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Hey. 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 Quemaron nombres, vendieron memoria, alzaron fronteras sobre nuestra historia. Nos dijeron atraso para robarnos la voz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control. Pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. Norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.